plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish. Holding on to faded plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina. bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious candidates tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
"16 days of the 2025 FIDE World Cup have brought us here to the sun-soaked shores of Goa. Paradise for travelers, but right now, the center of world chess. It's the second and final classical game of the quarterfinals, the last chance to seize control before the door to the semifinals swings shut. Every move matters, and after all the tension, all the brilliance, who will rise and who will break? We're about to witness the answer." Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone watching. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with the fabulous duo of International Master Anna Rudolph and Grandmaster Artis Nixons. And I'm going to ask you, Anna, first, so much on the line for our 8 players.
As you have brought down all the details so beautifully and specifically, Jovi, over 200 players started this gruesome tournament and only 8 are left in the quarterfinals. One of them will be in a must-win situation and the other 3, I don't know if we'll see a short draw or any of the players pushing the format. I'm just every day here like, I don't know, Jovi, how you've done the broadcast every single day. It's such a long tournament.
It has been a long tournament. It has been 16 days of chess and Artis. It's now the second classical game for our players. I mean, what do you expect from the games ahead of us?
Yeah, I think that definitely today we'll have some longer games, Yavi, because yesterday in the game 1 we saw one decisive result. Yakuboyev was able to outplay Alexander Donchenko in a very, very spectacular fashion, and I checked the game. I was super impressed. But all the other games, though, they finished in a draw. But I would fully expect that today, absolutely, Arjun Erigaisi is going to try something with the white color against Wei Yi. The other 2 matchups are about even. I would not be really surprised if they would make it to the tiebreaks, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to have a lot of stuff happening today.
Absolutely, Artis. That's what we're looking forward to. Well, as Artis mentioned yesterday, was a day where it was a win for Nordibek Yakuboev. Just had 1 win and 3 very close fought draws. And we have our man on the ground, International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, ready to share with us exactly the state of play.
Namaste and welcome to beautiful sunny Goa. We are into day 2 of the quarterfinals. The action is heating up and so is the weather. Before that, let's check in what happened yesterday. Nordibek Yakuboev was the only player who managed to win yesterday against Alexander Donchenko, which means the German star in a must-win situation. The other matches ended in draws, but the most peaceful one was Wei Yi versus Arjun. Arjun comfortably equalized with the black pieces. Today, I think he'll press with the white pieces. So that's going to be one very important game to check out. Sindarov was much better, but didn't take his chance against Jose Martinez. So that game is also going down into the wire. And apart from that, Sam Shankland versus Esipenko was also a nice and fighting draw. Remember, 3 candidate spots up for grabs out of the 8 players here. You just have to win 2 matches and you are in the candidates, because remember, we also have a 3rd and 4th place match. $35,000 locked in for all the players. We will see who gets $120,000 up top. Everything to play for. Back to you guys in the studio.
Everything to play for, as Rakesh there says, and taking a look at the pairings. You know, the players are by now thinking about those semi-final spots. But, you know, winning 2 matches is, of course, something that's not very easy, especially when you have players of this type of caliber. Anna, which of these matches do you think that we're going to be seeing fireworks?
I think we could expect fireworks on any of the 4 boards, but I would definitely highlight the game between Arjun, Erigaisi, and Wei Yi. That was the quickest draw yesterday, and today it could be the longest game because Arjun with the white pieces, oh boy, he's gonna go for it.
He absolutely is. And Artis Yakuboev yesterday, you mentioned that he won. What a path he has had. He actually is now the newest member of the 2700 club. Take a look at this, Artis.
Yeah, absolutely impressive stuff. And he's on fire, as you can see. He won 3 matches with no need of the tiebreaks, except of the round 3 where he outplayed the Czech Grandmaster Tai Daiwan Nguyen with a score 3-1. But also I feel he's getting a bit help from some of the previous upsets because, for example, Pranav defeated Titas Rimavicius, who famously was able to relegate Wesley So in the second round, and also who was it? One of the players eliminated Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it's getting really tricky when you look at the pairings 3. But anyway, I mean, he's been playing some very, very impressive chess so far. So having reached 2700 ELO, Yovi, I think he has a very realistic shot to make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, the upper bracket, it was complete mess, We see Norbert Yakuboev defeating Gabriel Sargsyan, but it was Gabriel Sargsyan who defeated Diptai Ngosh. In turn, Diptai Ngosh was the one who defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi. So it's been definitely a kind of system of dominoes, but it's definitely been all for the excitement. And talking about excitement, we're getting ever so close to the semi-finals, and if the players do make the semi-finals, then they will have a 75% chance of grabbing one of those golden tickets to the candidates. The crowds are there, they are cheering on for their favorite players. But sitting there at the board, we can see in the distance Wei Yi, Donchenko. For Donchenko, Anna, it is basically about throwing the whole house at Yakuboev in order to get that all-important win.
That's exactly what he needs to do. He's the only player that went down yesterday in the classical game. And adjusting those pieces and making sure there's no dust on them, I think, is the first step to try to go for that situation where, yes, he has to go all in. He has to try everything he can, because if this is a draw, if he cannot win today's game, he will be knocked out of the tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and
to be
also,
honest,
I'm going to
also-
ask you.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask you how.
I was just wanted to continue on the thought on Alexander. Is that I was very, very impressed the way he recovered after this painful previous round classical game against Lim Le. We were doing the commentary together. We saw the heartbreak in the 6th hour where he missed the victory. And then we thought that, oh, wow, it's going to be really difficult for him to recover. And oh boy, he came back in the tiebreaks, right? So he came back, he was leading all the way, and in the end, he managed to outplay Lim Le. I think it was a very, very nice signature, so to speak, showcasing of his fighting skills. And I would not be really surprised that today he is going to be able to find the strength, but it's going to be quite difficult because Yakuboev is playing so well in this tournament.
Yeah, he's been playing great chess, as you mentioned there, with a monster run. On our screens, we have Arjun against Wei Yi. Yesterday, Arjun barely used any time on the clock to get what was a very easy draw against Wei Yi. Now it's his turn with the white pieces. So, Anna, you mentioned that you think there are going to be fireworks. Will we see more preparation being unleashed from Arjun?
I think so. Arjun has come to the tournament extremely well prepared. Of course, we can say this about a lot of the players that are in the quarterfinals, where he himself, but the opening surprise was Arjun, who got that in yesterday's game with the black pieces. And today, with the white pieces, he will definitely try. So, quick draw yesterday by the number 2 seed of the field, Arjun Erigaisi, and he's gonna push with the white pieces, that is for sure. By the way, that matchup, Arjun Argais against Wei Yi, that could have been in the finals. They are the two highest rated players remaining in the field.
And then on our screens, it is Jose Martinez and Otters. Jose Martinez also having an incredible run so far, one of the dark horses of this event. So what can we expect now that he's got the white pieces?
That's a bit of mystery to me, Yobi, because naturally, for Jose Martinez, this is a tournament of the lifetime, and we all know him by his online nickname, Jospem or Jospem. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it correctly, and he's been winning a lot of very, very impressive super tournaments online. This is essentially his breakout tournament over the board, and I'm very, very happy to see him performing so well. Also, all the critics were thinking that, oh, how can you play so well online and you're not showing the results over the board? There you go. There you go. So Jose Martinez shows that he is there for a very good reason. But what I'm not really sure if he is really going to press hard with the white color. I'm pretty sure he's going to try, but I also would like to remind the viewers is that he's incredibly good when it comes to the rapid and blitz. And that's why I wouldn't be really surprised that he would try to play it safe, maybe play a testing line. And if it goes to the tiebreaks, well, then it goes to the tiebreaks.
Yeah, good strategy there to play it solid. That seems to have reaped some rewards, especially because Jose, such a good player in the faster time controls. And as the crowd gathers near, well, it's time for the dignitary to make the first move. What do we expect, Anna and Artis?
Pawn to e4, not a surprise. But whether Arjun will keep that on the board, that will remain a secret for now.
It's not a bad move. Yeah, so you are not obliged to make it. I'm not really sure if the honorary persons who execute the first move, they ask for advice. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I've seen that, for example, sometimes one of the guests makes a move like b3, and the person who is playing the game is like, okay, b3 is not really such a bad move itself. So we'll see.
We will see. And it is showtime as the games begin. Donchenko, in a must-win situation, opens with c4. Now, Norderberg is going to keep it as solid as possible. He opens with e6. And Donchenko, we've seen he's been incredibly impressive with the white piece. He took down Anish Giri. He also took down Matthias Bluebaum with the white pieces in particular. So I think there is some chance for fans of Donchenko to feel hopeful. But so far, Anna, Artis, this is more or less what we could have expected.
Absolutely. And I think we will see a big fight in this game for sure. Donchenko in a must-win situation and having the white pieces. I'm really curious to see where in the opening, at which phase he will try to surprise his opponent, because of course for now everything is very classical, traditional, but at some point for sure he has prepared something that, even if it's not a novelty, even if it's not going to be something crazy, but he will go for something where he feels that there is play, that there is life in the game, and that's what he needs. He needs a game that keeps going and where the opponent too can make mistakes.
Yeah, and I also like the choice that here Alexander has chosen. So he goes for the classical Carlsbad structure. And one of the things that professional players very often they try to choose is, especially when they need to fight for the victory, is unbalanced pawn structure. This is exactly what we are seeing. So compared to the other games, there was like more or less pawn symmetricality on the board, but here you see bishop on g5 has been included, e3. This is one of the most played openings here, and obviously it's also one of the most researched openings. Bishop f5. Okay, this is really interesting because bishop f5 stops bishop d3 or queen, sorry, not the king, of course, bishop d3 or queen c2, but it invites queen f3, allowing white to double the pawns on f6. I always treated this endgame to be slightly unpleasant for black, but Norderberg, it seems he's quite sure he can hold it.
And I was going to say, actually, I remember that Grandmaster Nigel Short was one of the main proponents, actually won a lot of games on the black side of this particular variation, but he was more than willing just to hold things firm. And it's going to be interesting because just to get into the mind games, as always, will Donchenko have expected this particular line, do you think? So is it a simple case of Yakuboev kind of really knowing his stuff, having prepped it in the morning, and Donchenko having to rely on previous analysis? Anna, what do you think?
That's a great question. And I think so far, based on the time management, it could be either way, the story. Yakubev certainly expecting what Donchenko went for, but did Donchenko expect it too? I would say yes. I would say for now, this is what the German Grandmaster thought would be a good strategy for today. As Artus already described, the pawn structure is unbalanced. We have that doubled pawn, isolated doubled pawns on the f5, slightly better position for white, so he can push and play on forever. It's a 2-result position.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with Anna here because, when speaking from Donchenko's perspective, I think he has mixed feelings. From one hand, like, oh, okay, queens are off the board, and my opponent goes for this, so he probably has some pretty deep prep, and he is well familiar with the subtleties of this position. Then, on the other hand, that's a kind of position that you can play for indeed a very, very long time. So that's why I stand to what I said in the beginning. I think this game is going to continue for, like, I don't know, like, unless one of the players is going to blunder something, 60, 70, 80, 90, I don't know, as long as it takes, because Donchenko has nothing to lose. So buckle up. I mean, we are in for a long game here.
Absolutely, I agree with that. The bishop coming out to pin the knight, the rook coming to make sure that bishop takes knight is not a possibility. But I agree, it's going to be a very long game. Black is going to be just holding firm the king side, whereas white is the one who is trying to say, hang on a second, these double pawns on f6 and f7, they are just very bad. I vote to go back to the four-way split because I noticed there was some beautiful symmetry going on, and I just was dying to point this out, that on the left, it is all e4, e5, and on the right, it is all the queen's gambit. When have we seen such a beautiful harmony?
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm always fond of anything aesthetic or geometrically pleasing to look at. I think the players must have agreed, of course, to choreograph this for the spectators. No, not really. But I'm so happy that you pointed it out, Joey, because it doesn't happen every day that we get to see this beautiful view of a mirrored or symmetrical situation. Should we go to one of those games and dive into the opening moves? Arthurs, where would you go from here when you look at the remaining boards?
Right. So perhaps we could start with the game of Andrei Yesipenko against Sam Shankland, because I noticed that Sam played a rather unusual setup with the Italian game. He played an early move d6. So if I may, I'm going to go back a couple of moves to show you, like, of course, Italian game is one of the most researched, most popular openings from the Black's perspective. Black is incredibly solid. So bishop c4. And here, instead of the move bishop c5 or knight f6, Sam played d6. So d6 is actually very, very tricky move. And I have faced it myself from the white's perspective, I think against another fellow grandmaster. And the engine perhaps doesn't fully appreciate it in the beginning, but there's some fresh ideas. And I think the main point is that after d4, if I would put it on the board, after d4, black can play knight f6, and somehow all of this works. And then the fried liver attack with knight g5 quite doesn't work because black plays d5 on this extra tempi favors black. So the move d6 leads to some very interesting unbalanced positions. And what surprises me is that Yesipenko was immediately ready for that. He played knight c3, sort of giving the vibes of the four knights variation, and immediately bishop e6 responded by Sam. Yovi, what do you make of this?
It's a very, very interesting position. And I was checking the database while you were talking as well. And according to my database, very few games being played. And we also know that Sam is one of the players who is heavily prepared. He has gone to basically every single game with some monster piece of preparation and managed to completely outwit his opponent. So it's going to be super interesting to watch that battle develop. Well, it's a beautiful sight here in Goa with novelties, opening ideas, different objectives from our players. And it's also, I gotta say, getting ever closer to Christmas. And you know what happens at Christmas? It's the sale time. And talking about that, it is the Chess Up annual holiday sale. It starts right now, and you can save even more with promo code CHESS. Now through to December the 1st, you can save $100 on your Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and TouchSense pieces, Chess Up 2 supports players of all levels. So use exclam Chess Up in chat to unlock $100 off till December the 1st, the lowest price of their holiday sales season. And with the opening moves on the board, the tension simmering, we are going to step aside for a moment just for a break, but stay with us. The battle is only just beginning.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Do you think you could beat Ding in a World Championship match?
Probably.
True. Are you happy that Ali Reza is representing France?
Yes.
Lie.
Oh.
Now we're getting spicy.
If I may, I asked him to play for us in the Olympiad, and he didn't want to. So, like...
I understand. The unhappiness comes from the point that Ali Reza is not representing the team.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself as a family man in the near future?
No.
True, but you had to think a little bit about that question.
I mean, we wouldn't have to think about that.
Let me elaborate on this. Are you afraid of commitments?
Yes.
True.
This is where Maxime lays down on the couch and we do therapy.
I don't need therapy over this. I've fully embraced this fact. I think I can resign now. Yes.
And so our healing session is complete. Maxime, do you think you will be a world champion someday?
No, but I'll try.
True.
Have you ever destroyed anything or acted in an aggressive way after a chess game?
Not destroyed, acted in an aggressive way, yes.
True.
Have you ever considered quitting chess?
At some point.
True.
Yeah, when was that?
A couple years ago.
Well, we're glad you didn't quit.
I'm also glad.
We are back with the second game of the quarterfinals, and we are finding out who has come to the games prepared, what their ambitions are, and what their motivations are. And we are going to be doing a roundup, but we have to go immediately to the following game between Josep Martinez and Yavokir Sindarov, because it looks like we've already been treated to some fireworks, but it might be fireworks that just fizzle out to balanced equilibrium to perhaps a perpetual, as we're seeing that. Look at this, 2 bishops against 2 rooks. And what is Black's idea? There has to be a draw in here somewhere because the evaluation bar is level. Anna, have you seen this particular position before?
I'm just looking at it in the database, and there are still games for it, a handful of games. And Black ends up taking both on f3 and on e3. What a weird position to look at. At the same time, they both know it, they both have analyzed it, and they both know that this is heading toward a draw. So I think, Arturs, you predicted it right, that Jospam will have faith in his speed chess skills and might just want to go to the tiebreaks.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised, Anna, because I think that both of them feel pretty confident that they are going to perform well in the tiebreaks. And of course, Martinez is a speed demon, so to speak. So for him, this is not a bad choice. And of course, also Yavokir with the black color to play against a strong opponent, play a draw, make a relatively quick draw. So this is a good result. So the position might seem like a mess, but I immediately recognize this. I cannot tell from which game it is. One of the recent high-level games, definitely of the super tournaments I've seen heading here. And as Anna, as you mentioned, there's multiple games in the database. So here, the engine already marks the only move, queen e2, and apparently there's nothing that white can do to escape from the perpetual check, because queen x on d3 is a threat. Queen e4 would be checkmate in one threat. So a4, queen e3, king a2, queen c4. Look at the speed, how quickly the players are playing. I'm pretty sure this game is going to wrap up in a moment.
Yeah, we're actually going to be seeing the game just simply repeat itself as there is a dance between the queen and the king. Queen to d3, king to a2. There's nothing that white can do to avoid the checks. This has been played before. Amongst others, it was also a draw between Antonetta Stefanova, Katerina Lagno in this position. And it looks like these guys are on the motorway to repetition. And that means only one thing. It's going to be tie breaks tomorrow. But we're going to catch the handshake, but maybe we can show everyone exactly what happened, because this was one of those situations where you blinked and you missed it.
Yeah, and we are also witnessing how to claim a draw because, of course, this is not yet move 30, so the players need to make sure that they tell the arbiter. Joachim wrote down the move, I believe, and they are claiming a draw by repetition.
Yeah, maybe we could pull up the analysis board just to very quickly. Obviously, this game is already finished, and I don't think that much will be happening there, but we could go from the very beginning and show this shop opening that led to this position. So yeah, there you go.
And there it is, the handshake. The arbiter has also confirmed the threefold repetition. Artus, indeed, let's go into the analysis and show how we ended up with this very unique position.
So this was the 4 games, 4 knights variation with knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, and bishop b5. It's very interesting to see that bishop b5 variation is once again getting some popularity. The 4 knights variation with d4, I think its reputation hasn't really changed. It's just a drawish line, and everybody's afraid of it when played with black for the win. Knight e4 is very nice to complicate things. Hitting the bishop on b5, the knight on f3. So bishop c4. Here black plays bishop c5. He wants to play d6. So for white to have any realistic shot for something going on, he takes d5, feels like a free pawn. The pawn on f7 is under attack, but black gets incredibly active with queen f7. And apparently here, you cannot take on f7. Knight takes on f7 leads to some problems with d5, and the bishop is disconnected from the knight. If you take on h8, black takes on c4. The knight on h8 will be lost as well, and the black is getting incredible activity. So knight f3 basically is necessary. Black plays d5, sacrificing a pawn, bishop g4, and to be honest, like, I would be pretty scared to go here if I was not deeply prepped, but once again, this is opening theory, and after a couple of tactical skirmishes, there you go. Rook takes on d5 looks really beautiful, but again, it's a forcing sequence. Apparently, according to an engine, there's not much white can do. This knight takes on f3, queen h4. Again, without engines, I think it could be very difficult for black to find all of this. And it finally leads to a second exchange, sacrifice, king c1. Apparently, again, white does have nothing better to do because queen e2 is bishop takes on e3, and white has some problems. For example, let me just put it on the board. Queen e2, bishop e3, king d1, is bishop takes on f3, and white can resign, so you cannot do that. And basically, king c1, bishop takes on f3 leads to this position, and that in return leads to the perpetual check.
Yeah, and Artus and Anna, take a look at the accuracy. 100% for both of these players. They did not put a foot wrong in this game. I mean, but it is theory. It has been worked out before. And it just means one thing. The players just wanted to take it to tie breaks. Jose Martinez indicated that. And for Sindarov, playing with the black pieces, I'm sure that he was, of course, game for that as well, which means that we're already 1 down and we only have 3 games remaining. And the question is, you know, what is the mood like for the other players? And I'd like to take a look on the top right in the game between Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces against Wei Yi. Let's head there and break this particular Queen's Gambit exchange variation down. Can we start from the top as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Arthurs to start from the top because I think it's important to show how we got here.
Yeah, very good. All right, let's start from the very beginning. d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3. One of the most played openings in this position, and c takes on d5. And this move, c takes on d5, it became very trendy move already in the World Championship match. Demiraju Gukesh against Dingler. I don't remember which game it was, one of the early games where Gukesh played this early move, c takes on d5, e takes on d5, and knight c3. And you're probably wondering why. What's the big idea? Why do you need to do this? Why don't we go for the main move, knight c3? And we don't know really much about Wei Yi's preparation, but at the highest level, knight c3, black very often plays c5. And this move c5 the semi-Tarrasch has a very good reputation. And after c takes on d5, of course, there's the more fighting continuation of knight takes on d5, but I think c takes on d4 has been worked out already at the highest level. I think it's queen d4, e takes on d5, and if you try to play e4, knight c6, bishop b5, I think it was d takes on e4, everything trades, white gets tiny bit better in game, but practice has proven it's very, very tough for white to break through. And hence the reason why the c takes on d5 basically is included just to avoid a potential scenario like this.
Yeah, and I remember that Fabiano Caruana did it very convincingly against Arjun in Norway Chess, I think 2023. And you have to be very careful. So bishop to f4 being played in that particular game that I referenced. Bishop to g5 was the move. But one thing I also know about c takes d5 is that it also kills not only the Tarrasch, it also kind of sometimes gets rid of the Ragozin as an option, and also other options of d takes c4 as well for black. So it's just a way, it doesn't promise too much for white, but it's just a way to kind of avoid those really heavy duty opening battles.
And it's interesting to see that both Arjun and Donchenko goes for this pawn structure, and they want to play on by playing a position that has imbalanced pawn structure, not the sharpest line, not the most crazy going fireworks here and there as of now, but it is imbalanced, and they both have chosen this kind of structure for the same reason. Donchenko in a must-win situation, and Arjun, well, he's not. He doesn't have to win on demand, but he wants to. He wants to play for the win today. I don't think he wants tie breaks.
Yeah, probably not without a fight. I completely agree. I mean, you have the white color, you got to respect it, and who knows how the tie breaks they're going to go. Continuing the particular position, what happened, this knight h4 is a very classy move, so white at least wants to get the bishop pair. So black plays bishop g6, thank you for the bishop pair, I'm going to be happy about it. Bishop g4, most likely h3, bishop h5, g4, white gets what he wants. And at h5, it's a rather peculiar position. I don't think we get to see it a lot. So black targets the bishop at f4, hits the knight on h4, and Arjun probably doesn't have anything better than to go here, g3 and e3. And this is maybe quite equalish, if I may say so, but with the presence of opposite color bishops and a rather unusual, not unusual, but non-symmetrical pawn structure, I would say that it might be a longer game. So at least there's a game for Arjun. He's looking for a fight, and he got it.
Yes, and can I also kind of chip in here, because I'm checking the opening databases, and I'm seeing that there is some games in the database. Also, my memory is also kind of ringing a bell that Arjun has played this before, and I believe that he played it against Magnus Carlsen. But also in my database, he had the black pieces in this particular line against Fabiano Caruana. He lost that game. So this was back in 2023, the Pro Chess League. So it just goes to show that perhaps he didn't feel entirely comfortable when he was handling the black side of this particular opening. And in that game, black reacted very aggressively because Arjun was playing black. He went c5 and then tried to create some imbalance, and Fabiano kind of responding with putting the knight back to f3 and then some kind of h4. But here we have something completely different on our screens. It's a lot more solid. So we're going to be seeing more of a waiting game. I feel like the queen on b6 perhaps isn't necessarily on the best place.
I agree with you, Jovi, and it's really interesting what you highlighted, how Arjun had this type of positions and this variation with the black pieces, and now he's testing it from White's perspective, so he clearly felt a little bit uncomfortable in those games, or at least he thought that there is life in the game, that there is possibilities, and that's what he wants. He wants a playable position, and he wants to use the white pieces to try to push today. Would not be a disaster if the game goes to tiebreaks, as Arthur's highlighted, but he will definitely try to not have to play any tiebreaks tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking about this earlier inclusion of queen b3, queen b6, I think it's actually a very smart idea. So I'll go back and maybe try to explain why in this particular position it was so smart. So here this queen b3, right? So you would think white is hitting the pawn on b7. So after queen b6, there's going to be queen trade. And now why did he do that? And why did he play queen c2? So if we go back to the current position here, first thing we're seeing is a classical call-split structure. So when we talk about the call-split structure, I think historically it goes back to the 1924, where was this call-split tournament? Was it super tournament? I already don't remember, when everybody suddenly started to play the same structure, and hence the name sticks that it's the call-split structure. And for white, typically the core idea is to play at the pawn minority at a queen side. So white is thinking about most like rook b1, b4, maybe a4 if you need it, and play b5. And the core idea is to create a weakness on c6. So let me just make some random moves. Let's say black plays, okay, let me maybe make something totally ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that VE can do something smarter, but let's say we get to this position. So white already has something to work with. The pawn on c6 is a target, so you could easily apply some pressure against it. And that's why suddenly you start to see that this queen on b6 is not really that well positioned, because let's say after the short castle, black retreats with a queen, very often black has a counter idea to play b5, stopping white's idea to play b5, and then instead himself anchor the knight on c4. So with this entire maneuver of queen b3, queen c2, Arjun essentially has won a tempi.
Very, very instructive as well. You know, I was also seeing that the queen to b6 also allows white certain situations to go b4 directly, and this is borrowing ideas directly from the Caro-Kann, which exchange variation, which has again similar pawn structure, and you just can hit with the rook to b1. And white is very flexible, right? You don't have to go b4 immediately. You can keep that in reserve. You can also drop the knight back to f3 and then go for just getting a knight into e5 at the right time as well. I mean, it's very much about the long-term game here. And Wei will be thinking about how to unravel. He has to watch out for ideas that if he drops the queen back to c7, there could be ideas, not currently now, but knight takes d5. I just wanted to point out that tactical motif. I don't know about you, Artis and Anna, but I have fallen foul of ideas like that when I was just starting out.
Oh, very many times. It's so easy to miss. And as Artis already drew the arrow, it looks like with the queen on c2 and the queen on c7, everything is fine because the knight is protecting the queen. But as soon as the rook appears on c1, and now that's when you need to watch out and get out of the pin.
Yeah, so that's why queen c7 probably is out of bounds for black. And the big question is, what is he planning to do? Because when we look at the evaluation bar, it doesn't say much, like the position is closer to equal, but I see very clear plans for Arjun. I see the plan of, as Yovi, you said, b4 perhaps immediately as played the Caro, or maybe play rook b1. Okay, black plays a5, I'm going to play a3, so what? So I'm still carrying out this idea of b4, b5. So for Vei, I think the position is a bit unpleasant. So he needs to make a very big decision. Is he meeting this b4 idea with some b5, or instead is he playing at a king side? Is there room for something like f5, knight f6, and knight e4? Because also you see this pawn structure where the arrow, as usually I would like to explain it, basically shows you the direction where you have to play. So for white it's the same, right? So this arrow from f2, e3, e4, d4, it shows that you have to play at a queen side. For black it's pretty similar, but that's the big question, isn't it? I mean, is the pawn f5 not weakening your king side a bit too much?
Yes, and it's very interesting actually, because when I'm thinking about this particular pawn structure and the experience that I've had with the black side on the black side of things, is okay. So plans that I have done is I have gone a5, a4, which is a very interesting idea. But this is the problem. The queen is on b6. I've gone a5, a4, backed it up with b5 to get that knight onto c4. That has been one other plan. And like you say, the alternative is actually to deposit a knight onto e4. So it could be done f5, could be done with rook to e8, and then try to do it with pieces. Another thing, and this is where I start to be uncomfortable about this knight's placing on e6. I kind of want that knight to slide over to the left and sit on d6. d6 is a perfect square for a knight. There it controls c4 and e4. And that's going to be actually very, very difficult to achieve. So I agree with you. When you think of all the typical plans that black has, they're not available. They're not naturally there. So he might just have to go for putting a knight onto e4 and seeing what develops next.
And it seems like he's heading in that direction because he has developed the rook to e8, placing it on the semi-open file, keeping the queen for now on b6 and keeping things flexible. I think we could also show in this moment the ideas that you were highlighting, Joey, whether white can just go for b4 or should white prepare that b4 push, Arthurs?
That's a very good question. And I assume it's got to be something very concrete. Because if I play b4 immediately, I have to calculate what happens if black takes it, rook b1, and maybe there's something like queen c4 or queen a5. I cannot immediately work it out. And there could be a room for some tactics like rook takes on b7, maybe knight c5 is suddenly a thing. So you see d takes on c5, the knight on c3 is not protected. If you play something like rook b1, what about bishop takes on d4, e takes on d4, knight takes on d4 hits the queen, and if you go here something like queen d2 and there's queen c3 and a fork on e2. So you have to take all of this into the account when you're calculating this, and I think that rook b1 is probably the safer move, and I think that black is going to respond with a5, followed by a3, and then the big question, then what?
Yeah, and those are questions that we're going to be looking forward to the players answering. For Arjun also, he has to come up with an aggressive plan. I vote that we go back to our full board view because things are brewing very nicely in the game between Andrei Yesipenko and Sam Shankland. And I'd love to cast our eyes on that particular position because first up, we left it with bishop to e6 being played. And then we were kind of like, oh, what's going to happen next? Sam, we know, is a theory monster. So he doesn't seem too flummoxed, but let's kind of do a recap of what happened and then just assess the current position.
Yes, Arthur, if we go back to that moment where we left it, it was just about when Andrei Yesipenko reached for his bishop and captured the bishop on e6, doubling black's pawns.
Yeah, I gotta say, Anna, I'm not familiar with this position, and I would assume that with the speed how Andrei played a knight c3, he probably knows this. He knows this line pretty well, and he immediately played e4. Now, bringing back the memories, what I play myself in this position, I'm pretty sure there's more than one way to play this position. I think I played d4, which feels like the tempting move. Black played knight f6, and typically in these positions, one of the most tempting continuations for white is to play d5, gain some space advantage. Black plays either knight b8 or knight e7. I'm not sure which is the more accurate move. And white's dream setup is build some sort of kings in defense position with bishop d3, c4, knight c3, etc. Okay, I mean, this is not happening over the board, so we're not going to go too much into this. But this entire sequence of knight c3 takes on d4 basically accomplishes a couple of things. So white gets a lot of activity. I mean, the queen on d4 stands pretty fantastic. There's a non-symmetrical pawn structure on the board. And what I find it a bit rather amusing is that both players immediately went for a long castle.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it kind of begs the question. I'm always kind of curious, what is the plan of improvement for both sides? Now, for white, I'm first always tempted by pushing pawns. So I'm thinking, okay, king to b1 is a very nice safety move and is black to play. And for black, for white, I'm just seeing that f4 is something that can be used just to gain the space and just do nothing other than just seize the territory. But for black, the kind of issue is how to get that bishop into the game. So I'm envisaging like bishop to e7, bishop to f6 will make an appearance. But then what? There's not too much scope for pawn breaks or pawn advances from the black position. Maybe Anna, maybe you have some thoughts on this one, because I'm struggling to see what black can do.
I was looking at those options too, because of course you need to develop the bishop, and it's either through e7 to f6 or you push g6 to fianchetto the bishop that way to g7. But in both cases, I feel like I don't understand when the computer is so sure of that this is just equal, nothing to see here. Or it says like, it's very close to 0, 0, 0, because I feel like it's easier to play from white's perspective. White has more space, and the pawn push f4, very appealing. Maybe at some point, if black goes with g6 for the development, you could also try h4, h5 as white. So I see ideas for white a lot easier than for black. At the same time, black's position is very solid. Arturs, what do you see here for Sam, and why this position is so close to equal?
Yeah, it's a very good question, Anna. First and foremost, I try to understand what Yesepenko here is supposed to do, and I can see only two real ideas for him. The idea number one that you mentioned is this idea to play f4, and I think it comes together with the e5 idea. So let's say black plays bishop e7, f4 definitely has to be considered. Of course, bishop f6, there's going to be e5. But what I'm trying to figure out is how to evaluate this position. Let's say black, I don't know, just keeps improving the pieces, e5 and d5. And now this position looks very similar to some Sicilian Najdorf mirror to the queen side, where both players have their pros and cons, meaning black has the pawn majority at the queen side. Typically, it's the other way around at the king side. So he would be able to play stuff like c5 and d4, or maybe c4. This is also a big theme in the Sicilian Sveshnikov. At the same time, for white, the idea is to play g4, maybe rook f1, maybe knight e2, knight g3, and create a pass pawn. So this will be like idea number one. And idea number two, maybe I'm slightly borrowing what Anna said about this h4, h5 idea. I think it's very tempting, and I would love to include it maybe in this order. Like here, I play h4, bishop f6, I play h5, I try to grab some space, and maybe I'm playing something like f3, or maybe it's combined together with f3 or f4, put the knight on f4, apply some pressure. Hence the question, what can Sam do? And I think it's got to be some d5 push. Remove the queen somewhere, play d5, and play for the pawn majority. So I suppose that's why the engine says it's about balance.
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because when I was thinking about playing f4, it actually wasn't to do with going e5. It was actually more to do with going f4, knight e2, because I just wanted to lengthen the power of the bishop. And one of my favorite things to do, I have many favorite things. I'm very fickle, I'm just going to say. And one of them is just to take the space and sit and just go, well, let's see you enjoy your position. And I was wondering if you could go f4, knight e2, and then, because I'm a maximalist and I love Anna's plan, I go h4, h5, and, again, just enjoy that space advantage. And I also was thinking, what is going to be the reaction to that? And then the question is like, is d5 ever going to be a real reaction when it feels like everything is perhaps balanced, but maybe white benefits from the opening? But I'm a bit unsure.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Joey. I love the space. I just want to see those pawns being pushed and enjoy the space advantage. And when I look at what the computer wants to play, it's also so confusing. I think the engine is very confused from Black's perspective how to play this, because it suggests all sorts of weird things. First of all, it wants to start with g6, but then it's like it's not sure whether g6 is the good move, because g6 does open up the long diagonal. It looks scary that there can be some discovery forward attack. Maybe there is nothing concrete, but that's something that you cannot just push that pawn and pray. You need to calculate and make sure that this is just fine in case there's any, I don't know, knight jumps or even e5 ideas for white. Arthurs, is there anything here? Because the computer is cool as a cucumber, doesn't have any feelings about this.
I'm not really sure about g6 as well, because like, okay, probably 95, it's just bishop g7 and there's nothing very concrete. But I'm pretty sure that Sam is somewhere here. He's thinking like a larger plan. Okay. Oh, by the way, he did play g6. Okay, so
okay, he does play
like
play like a computer.
yeah, it's like he plays like a computer. But I think actually what he was maybe considering is what's going to be his larger plan. And I was, instead of g6, I was looking at queen f7 as well. Because, for example, let's say you play queen f7, and then you're thinking about the d5 push, and maybe this bishop belongs on this diagonal. So that's why I'm pretty sure that Sam spent here some time trying to figure out, okay, I play queen f7, I play d5. Does the bishop belong on the a3 f8 diagonal? Does the bishop belong on the a1 h8 diagonal? Do I need to include g6, bishop g7? Do I need to play bishop e7 and bishop f6? Because bishop e7 makes your queen on d7 feel a bit claustrophobic. So I think it was like just based on some general feelings, just to give the queen on d7 a bit more space. But of course, he also, I think he fully expects on your idea of h4, h5, and white might try to create some imbalances there.
Yeah, and imbalance is the name of the game. So I'm going to vote for taking us back to the full board view and checking in on our third and final game that we can deep dive. And that is the one between Alexander Donchenko and Nordebek Yakuboev. They're on the bottom right. And we're seeing, what is going to potentially be an 80 move grind, but a grind it will be, because for Donchenko, he's in a must-win situation. He has to win, or that's it. He will go home.
Yeah, and that's a big task, but I think he chose the right approach. And both of you highlighted how this could be a very, very, very long game. White will try forever and ever, because a draw or loss is the same for Donchenko. He'll be knocked out of the tournament. In terms of the position, I do like his approach. I do like his time advantage too. It's cozy to have that cushion of extra 25 plus minutes on your clock, and a more comfortable position, healthier pawn structure for white, and easier plans. I feel like I'm just so fond of pushing the h pawn. I'm like looking at can I maneuver the knight over to f4 and then start pushing the h pawn? Like g3, knight g2, knight f4, h4, h5, those kind of ideas.
Yeah, I think this is how they play it, Anna. That's one of the common ideas. So maybe let's go back a bit to the moment where we saw the trade. I think it was move number 8. Here you go, after the opening, where black accepts a slightly worse position, but he's pretty sure that you can do that. The white has many ways how to play here. There's the idea to play h4 immediately. There's the idea of knight e2, knight f4. There's the idea of knight f3, knight h4. There's the idea of g3, bishop h3, knight f3, knight h4, knight f5. Like so many ideas. And here black was able to trade off the knight on c3. I'm not really big on the opening nuances why this trade was important, but very often white's idea is try to somehow trap the bishop, like perhaps f4, f5 idea. And I feel this entire black's maneuver with bishop b4, bishop takes on c3 is somehow connected with the idea to control the e4 square, so that now white doesn't have the access to f4 because bishop e4 is going to be a thing. And I wouldn't be really surprised that white would revisit this idea of g3, knight g2, knight f4, and sometimes black just barricades himself in. He plays f5, h5, and he says, just do your worst. I'm still very solid, so you couldn't break through.
Yeah, I've seen that as well, where black just tries to hold the fort. And also king to d8, very interesting move, because I'm looking at it one game in my database. It was between Arjun Erigaisi and Alexei Sarana, and there black went for going king to e7, knight to f8, trying to get the knight to e6 just to control some squares. And then the rook posted up on a5, and it's like you say, it's just all about being rock solid. But one thing I got to say about the Uzbek players in general is that if we rewind to the previous round, Sindarov was in a similar situation as Nordibek Yakuboev. And he was playing against Rasmus Svana, and he just went into this position, knowing a whole load of the theory. And I just wanted to kind of illustrate that the Uzbeks are very well supported with teams of seconds, and that they can rely on to come up with some incredibly good preparation. So this is what we're seeing from Yakuboev. But having said all that, it is Yakuboev who is contradicting my narrative by actually spending a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, it feels like Donchenko did manage to get somewhat of a surprise in today with the way he chose to play the opening variation. Yakubev, of course, familiar with the position, but maybe didn't expect it that much for today. I do like it a lot for white. I'm just like, I'm a fan of healthy pawn structures, nice maneuvers, and the way we were looking at that kind of situation where White is trying to trap the bishop after the knight maneuver starts pushing h4 as well. I think Artus, if you could show a situation where Black pushes the f pawn and the h5 pawn. When I look at positions like that, my heart aches for that bishop on g6. It's suffering. It's so bad. At the same time, it holds everything together. So bad pieces hold strong pawns, right?
Yeah, I think it's like this, Anna. So I'm not really sure why not h6 here, but h5 is like a very common thing. Then play f5, knight f6. So let me maybe make another move, something like king d2, f5, here, and knight f6. So, I mean, this bishop on g6 is so terrible, and white's advantage seems to be quite big. But ultimately, the big question is, how do you plan to exploit it? And I think if you're going to get here, white's only chance to get something real is to make a breakthrough at the queen side. And I think we're talking about the move b3. And that's why I think this entire maneuver by Yakuboev playing an earlier a5, a4 was directed against that. So there's a very good chance we might get to something like this. And then Donchenko might have to create more targets with b3, get to the pawn on b7, and see how it goes. But we'll see. I mean, of course, I find this entire idea of f5, h5 to be ugly, and maybe Yakuboev is going to find something more human.
Yes, and what was very interesting actually, as whilst you were both talking, I was trying to look at this position from the Black side of things and just quickly take a look at some of the games where Black has gotten into trouble. And generally, Black gets into trouble if after a3, they do not go bishop takes knight. The bishop takes knight seems to be a very key idea, because once the knight is no longer pinned, it can relocate, as you indicated, to e2, to f4. It can also threaten to sacrifice itself on d5 at certain points just to disrupt the whole flow of things. So bishop takes knight was, I think, quite a pragmatic decision. And maybe it doesn't actually force Black to have to play this f5 business. And so we're seeing the knight go to b6. Again, it has nice intentions of perhaps posting up to d6. Also, bear in mind that the c4 square is sensitive for white. So it's going to be a battle, right? Because Black is simply going to hold firm, whereas white is the one who has to find the inroads and may very well push too hard. So I expect white to go knight to g2, knight to f4, as you guys were talking about. Maybe go h4, also kind of wait it out and wait for Black to do something. But what do we think? I'm going to put the question to both of you. What do we think of Yakuboev's strategy? Is this the right way to go about getting a draw with the Black pieces?
I would personally feel pretty uncomfortable in a situation like this where my opponent can push forever and ever. Yes, it's very close to equality, but you're going to be on the defensive side of this game for 60, 70, 80 plus moves, and you're the one that needs to play very accurately and precisely. So maybe he's a lot more confident about his defensive skills than me, but I think I would struggle a little bit with this kind of psychological battle and the pressure, the constant pressure that will be on Black's position for the eternity of this game. I don't know about you, Arthur. Would you be confident that this is a good strategy when you only need a draw?
I think it really depends on the character of the player, Anna. And maybe Yakoboyev is like pretty happy to hold a slightly worse position for a very long time. I also wouldn't like to play like that. I like to play myself a bit more dynamic chess, and I definitely wouldn't go for this entire sequence of playing the double pawns on f6. But ultimately, I think he has found a very good setup. As Yovi already mentioned, this idea of knight c8, knight e6, and maybe indeed he's going to live without the need to play a5. And if you think about the larger picture, with the knight on d6, White's entire idea of b3 loses force. So let's say we go for the idea of knight g2, knight c8, knight f4, knight e6. I suppose you need to control the e4 square. You play something like f3. I don't know, Black plays like king e7, king f2, and Black stands and does nothing. So where do you make a progress? Ultimately, is it the king side? Do you want to undouble those pawns like g4, h4? I think Black is going to welcome it. Do you want to play the queen side? Do you want to play b3? Black is going to take it, and after rook takes on b3, suddenly you start to notice the knight on d6 does a really wonderful job. It controls the b7 square, and this square is very difficult to get to. So that's why I think, of course, Dunchiko is going to play for a very long time, maneuver it, and his extra lead on the clock 20 minutes, it is a bit important, but yeah, we'll see, of course.
Yeah, we will see. And meanwhile, I'm keeping an eye on the other games. If we go back to our full board view, it's very interesting that everyone has gone into a very long think in the game between Arjun Erigaisi, Wei Yi. You know, there was a long pause from Arjun Erigaisi before coming up with his move of going knight to f3, just relocating the knight, keeping things flexible. And Wei Yi being very quick to respond with getting a rook to c8. Perhaps kind of signaling that maybe he wants to go c5 at a later date. And in the Andrei Sipenko game, there on the bottom left, it took a while, but Andrei Sipenko did go for f4. So is the kind of hesitation because the games are complex? Or is it just to do with nerves, do you think?
I would think it's a combination of those factors. We are in middle games that aren't that clear cut, and there's a lot to figure out. But if you add to it that this is already day 16 of the World Cup, yes, some of the players didn't have to play round one, but still, this tournament lasts for nearly a month. Arthur, I think you can tell us more about the environment there and what it feels like to be in the playing hall, because this field started with over 200 players, and now they're left to 8 players. It's such a difficult format. Every 3 days, the field is halved. Is there any format more stressful than this from your own competitive perspective? And how was it like to be in that same playing hall where our cameras are, Arthur's?
Well, it was definitely a very stressful experience. And the first round was, I think, the most difficult one because the pairings were announced 1 month before the tournament. And this meant that both players, they prepared for the first round. Some players prepared for the second round. You could predict against who you're going to play. But ultimately, apart from that, I think the players are not very deeply prepared. And that's why we see a lot of opening surprises. And players are spending a lot of time because they just didn't have enough time, like maybe the entire evening and the previous day, to prep something for the next day. Speaking about the conditions in the playing venue, I could imagine it's getting a bit lonely because we started more than 200 players, so it was like a bit of gathering. You would meet a lot of friends, a lot of discussions, informal meetings at the dinner, etc. And now there's just 8 players. And of course, I know there's the corporate championship running in the background. I'm not really sure if it's going on right now, but for the players, it must be emotionally very difficult. So, from one point of view, they already have accomplished something. They made it to the quarterfinals. But on the other hand, there's the incredible amount of tiredness piling up, the tension, the feeling that you have a realistic chance to get to the candidates tournament, and a bit of loneliness to play in the tournament venue all alone. So, yeah, psychologically, it's not easy.
Oh, and talking about psychology, let's imagine this. You've had 16 days of grueling chess. Okay, so I understand for some players it's been a little bit less. You have the objective of qualifying to the candidates, so you really want to get to the semifinals. Which is easier? Which is going to be the route? Which is going to be more beneficial for you to take objectively? Is it to kind of press as hard as you can in the classical game? Or do you kind of fancy your chances in tie breaks?
That's a great question, and I think that's what some of the players, all of the players had to evaluate. I said some of the players because for Donchenko, he's in a must-win situation no matter what. But in all the other matches, the score is a tie for now. We do see that Arjun's approach is to try to play on with the white pieces. He's not going for anything crazy. You don't want to go all in and risk everything. A draw is not a disaster. They would play it out in tiebreaks tomorrow, but he certainly wants to push, and he spent over 15 minutes on this decision on where to place the rook. Artus, what do we make out of it that he spent 15 minutes? There are so many squares where you can place the rooks, whether it comes to the A1 rook or the F1 rook, and he chose E1 for this particular rook.
Yeah, no, these might be some mind games, really, because I think that the idea ultimately is to play B4, B5, and maybe Black's last move, rook AC8, has slightly confused him because he is thinking about the C5 push, potentially, maybe even sacrifice the pawn on D5. So rook E1 is like keeping all the options open. Maybe there's a scenario where he can play E4 suddenly, unexpectedly. I cannot really imagine this happening. So, yeah, apart from that, there's just some maneuvering, and I'm not really surprised that the pace of the game has significantly slowed down because this is like a pretty fresh position. They have not really analyzed it very deeply, so that's why you want to delve in a bit, have a proper feeling. Like also the game of Yesepenko against Shankland, the players, I'm pretty sure they're pretty new to this position, and you cannot apply any existing knowledge to the position here. But this one, yeah, it's a bit mystery to me, this rookie one, Anna. Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, I have some ideas as to why Rookie 1 was played. So it's again, I feel like this particular position is, as you kind of call it, Arthur, like a waiting game, literally. Because, okay, rook to C8 maybe is indicating C5, but it's also kind of flagging and just saying to white, if you go B4, B5, are you really going to be opening up the line when your queen is stared at being by my own rook? So there's that kind of option. There's also the second thing that if white wants to kind of go for complete control, trying to get a knight to D3, as soon as the knight steps away, then C5 becomes very much in the air. So white has to also keep things flexible as well and react accordingly. And literally, it could be just a waiting game. Maybe Arjun, I just wanted to highlight, there is another plan in the position, and it's to go knight A4, knight to C5. And try to expand things there. So maybe he's getting ready one fine day. And I do feel that everything is not going to be decided immediately. It's going to be decided in 10 moves or so in terms of plans. And we're going to be seeing maybe knight a4, knight to c5, and trying to unbalance the pawn structure in that way. But it's a question of risk, and it's a question of trying to catch your opponent on the wrong foot. You know, get b4 when your opponent isn't ready, perhaps get e4 when your opponent's not ready for it, and maybe even jump in knight to a4, knight to c5 when your opponent has had to think about all of your plans and had to wait in a constructive manner.
I like those ideas, and that gave me one more idea, Joe, because I was like, why rook e1? So yeah, like we could at some point in the right moment, e4 would be great, because if you do get your knight onto e4, you're threatening knight d6, you're heading toward the king side, and then the king side gave me this thought that, wait a second, we keep talking about the h-pawn, can we push h4, h5 and weaken the king in the right moment? Because maybe after h4, the knight goes to f6 and laughs in your face, like, how are you going to make progress? But that would mean that if the knight has to go to f6, it gives up the e5 square for the white knight. So pros and cons, there's consequences of each move. And I think white can take it slow, but make sure that he maintains this pressure where black constantly needs to be ready for, it needs to be ready for e4, needs to be ready for b4, needs to be ready for h4, h5. And then you are the one that is controlling the pace of the game. And when there will be some actual action.
I think Anna might be onto something here with this h4 idea, and it made me think maybe Arjun's idea is like a deeper idea. So he's thinking about bishop f1 or maybe h4. I'm not really sure what's the right move order. Bishop f1, kg2, bishop d3 something, h4, and potentially h5 and rook h1. And also I'm thinking about this move rook e1 alone. Perhaps it's also directed against a black's potential idea to play c5, because I'm pretty sure that c5 is something that black would want to consider at some point. Of course, I mean, he drops the pawn on d5, but the point is after knight x on d5, black would play queen e6, then threaten to take on d4, open up the rook, open up the bishop, and perhaps in this position, the rook on e1 stands perfectly because you can play something like e4, give up the pawn on d4, and then go for some kingside assault. So this move rook e1 could be like either a waiting move or maybe a hint that Erigaisi is thinking about the kingside attack with his bishop f1 and h4, and this might provoke actually Wei to do something about that. So is it the c5, as we could just see the engine slightly doesn't like it, or maybe it might provoke him a reaction with f5, and maybe this is what Arjun exactly wants.
Interesting. The mind games. Also, this position is very tense because nothing is clarified just yet. So the players are going to be trying to get into each other's minds and think about what the other is planning. Also try to anticipate their styles, whether, you know, Arjun will lash out with the h4. It's very, very tempting. A nice improving move. And I really like this plan of going king to g2. Shall we revisit the other games and see what has happened there? Because, well, it appears like everything is under control in the game between Andrei Esipenko and Sam Shankland. Whereas what we expected with black trying to post up a knight to d6 and a white knight going to f4 appears to have happened on our screen. And it seems to be, it's a critical moment for our players as they are deep in thoughts, just pondering every move very carefully, because remember, one misstep here can decide absolutely everything. We are going to go on a short break, but when we return, of course, we're going to break down all of the action. So see you in a few minutes.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess, cast that spell, play for free.
I'm Levon Aronian. I'm a chess player, 42 years old, very good looking and very smart. Let's see what the questions are. What is Levon Aronian's peak rating? My peak rating was 2830. What happened was I was winning Vaikanze. Last round, my live rating was 2835. I already won the tournament by then. I think I was 2 points ahead of Magnus. And I was playing against Luke from Valley. Then I lost against him, and my rating that got registered was 2830. How old is Levon Aronian? Levon Aronian is 42 years old. I was born in 1982 in Armenia, but I don't feel 42. I feel much younger. What is Levon Aronian's IQ? I don't know actually. I've never did the test. And I'm scared to do the test because I never really went to school. So I think you need to know at least basic geometry or basic mathematics to do the test. What is Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening? Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening must be the Marshall. I played rarely, but it's the opening that definitely gave me a lot of joy and occasional sadness. Why did Levon Aronian leave Armenia? I think it was kind of a decision. I was being dragged into some politics and some things that I didn't want to do. And I was, okay, if I want to remain being a chess player, remain being a happy person I am, I need to move. And I moved to St. Louis. When did Levon start playing chess? My maternal grandpa was always obsessed with chess. He tried to teach me. But there was so much enthusiasm in his teaching that I never wanted to learn. And then I was visiting my paternal grandparents, and my sister Lilith, that is 6.5 years older than me, was being pestered by me. I was really driving her nuts because I was saying, no, you cannot leave me alone. You're going and playing with the kids. What am I supposed to do? So I was 8, turning 9. And yeah, she was 14.5. Turbulent times. A teenage girl, you know, wants to go and explore the world, explore the relationships. And she taught me to play chess. Say, oh, here you are. I think she understood the potential of the inner nerd that I had. And then I just didn't want to do anything else after that.
Back with the FIDE World Cup, game 2 of the quarterfinals, And there we are seeing 3 matches in progress. We already have one match that is heading straight to tiebreaks. And here, what we're seeing on our boards is very much what I call baseline chess. It's very much strategy based. It's where the players are kind of keeping to their sides of the board. They're maneuvering the pieces and just getting ready to anticipate those pawn breaks and when the position catches a light. And it feels like, because of the match situation, that the players, especially where I'm thinking between Sam Shankland and Yesipenko, and also between Arjun Erigaisi and Wei Yi, that they don't really want to be taking too much risk. They don't want to be having that quick fireworks out of the opening. Instead, they're just maneuvering their pieces and trying to probe for some kind of advantage later on in the middle game. And it is Andrei Yesipenko, Sam Shankland on our screens. Everything has gone as we expected it to, with f4 being played and with the bishop posting up on the long diagonal.
Yeah, there was nothing crazy going on apparently with the discovered attack. I would have been so scared when he pushed g6, opening up that long diagonal, but apparently all the tactics were working out just fine for black. So now what we have is that we are reaching this middle game where almost all the pieces are developed. The AJ rook will also come into the game. I'm expecting it to be placed on the semi-open F file potentially. And as for white is enjoying his space advantage. It is only a slightly better position, but a very comfortable position. The question is, how can white make progress? Artus, what would be the plans that come to mind when you look at a situation like this for white?
That's a very good question, Anna, because with the last move that Yesipenko played, I think he's trying to play it safe. So he's not committing to some very big decisions. And maybe one of the things I could consider here is to get to some sort of Marazzi bind. Like, it's not like a classical Marazzi bind, but I think with the pawn on c4, white would have a bit better control of the central square, so maybe try to push for something. But I think that black is just getting ready for the d5 push. And I think that also for Sam, there's no need for him to despair, because he's perfectly aware that the opening has been a complete success. He managed to surprise his opponent, and now he even might be entitled to fight for more. So for Yesipenko, I think he's going to play it a bit safe and maybe trade off the knights. Trade off the bishops. But the question is, how do you do it? Maybe knight e2 is a move. And after bishop takes on b2, king takes on b2. Perhaps there's even more than one way for black to continue. So one obvious idea is to play d5. But there also could be a room for some e5 ideas, right? So things could get really spicy very quickly. And we just saw Yesipenko playing queen f3, a move, I'm not really sure what it does. I mean, it kind of hints at the f5 idea. Maybe he just removes the queen from the x-ray at the e file and just says, it's your move, mister.
Yes, and on that subject, it has one purpose as well, and it was one that I was calculating whilst you were talking. Black is kind of gearing up for d5, and so I was actually going to ask the question, if queen f3 hadn't been played, like, what is the impact of d5? And now it's no longer on the table, unless black is willing to go bishop takes knight, and then push for d5. So maybe we can actually assess what happens there. Even though I don't think that bishop takes knight is going to be played, I suspect that Sam is going to wait it out before making such a committal decision. But okay, let's take a look at this position. What do we think?
Yeah, I think if he has to give up the bishop for the knight in order to push d5, then white has achieved something. It's a position where there's play on both flanks, and the bishop will be the better piece because it's an open position, and it's the long-range piece that can play and attack and defend on both flanks, while the knight will struggle. This is just in very general principles, but the black knight will be not as fast as the white bishop when it comes to play on both flanks. So I think this is a trade that White would welcome. White would be happy to see bishop takes c3. So if that's the price of pushing d5, I think Sam wouldn't want to pay that price. What do you think, Arturs?
Would be very open to the idea. Like visually, I slightly don't like it because I also agree with Anna here that the bishop in an open position, or is it a semi-open position, doesn't matter, but it appears to be more active, and White has a chance to organize something active at the king side with a 5 and create an outside pass pawn. But on the other hand, it also creates some imbalances, and the knight is known to be a tricky piece. So I think it's something that we cannot fully rule out. And first and foremost, the question here for Sam should be: is he the ambitious player here? Or is he just trying to be solid? A6 doesn't really commit to anything. It just makes a window for the king just in case you have no backrank issues. Once again, the question is back to Yasipenko. How do you want to continue? So there's still a chance that this game might lead to something else than a draw. Who is going to blink? I mean, here maybe suddenly Yasipenko decides that he wants to be a bit ambitious, and he goes for this g4 or 5 idea, and in return it weakens some central squares. So probably the first 5 to 10 moves, they're going to tell us the story of this game.
And you almost answered my question there, Artis, because I'm going to lay my cards down on the table. I've said it many, many times. As a commentator, I feel very aggressive when I'm on the board. So I kind of want to look at this whole possibility of going g4, h4, and then going h5 at the right time, or maybe even breaking things open, just trying to grab the space. I mean, what is Black's plan? And also psychologically, it's very difficult to react and do nothing, right? I think there's only one school of chess which I say is very good at doing that, and that's the Armenian grandmasters. If I go g4, they go, oh, thank you for leaving behind f4 as a weakness. And they're very good with squares, but I think for a lot of players, they'll be like, oh my goodness, the wall of pawns is coming forward. What can I do? So can we just investigate g4?
I like that idea, and I think it will come down to what both of you highlighted on what's the mindset of Yasipenko. Does he want to play it safe, or does he want to go for it? Because he had the option of going g4 already a couple of moves ago. In fact, when he touched the g-pawn to go g3, he also could have pushed it 2 squares. So maybe that was already a sign of that, yes, there is that idea, but he's not really feeling it. He doesn't want to weaken that f4 square you mentioned, Jovi, even if it's not an immediate thing, but maybe he's playing it very safe. How do you see it, Arturs? Will he get that fighting spirit and start pushing on the king side, or is it more like that safe and solid, tiebreaks are not a bad thing approach?
We probably cannot rule out g4 happening, but you have a fair point, Anna. I mean, he did already play g3 before. I mean, the position is not really tempi-driven at the position because the ball players are maneuvering a bit and trying to include useful moves. But I don't think that Yasipenko's body language tells us that he is very ambitious for the moment. So they're being very cautious, both of them. And they're asking the other player, I mean, how badly do you want to play this for the win? But first and foremost, if you don't want to reveal all of your cards, what kind of useful move can you make? Because Black might fire out at unexpected moment. I mean, this d5 idea, it could be in the cards at some point. Also, maybe let's not underestimate the potential move knight e4 with the possibilities to secure the knight with either c5 or e5. So White cannot really sleep on it as well. That, I suppose, remains to be seen. So g4, I would be a bit surprised, but it's entirely possible. And also, I mean, if you talk about the g4 idea in general, what does it really accomplish? So the big idea, of course, is to create an outside pass pawn. But the question is, does White really accomplish anything? Because let's say I'm playing rook f8, applying pressure against the pawn on the 4. As Jovi said, this could be a potential weakness. You play f5, and I'm not really sure what's the most accurate move. Whether do I include knight e5 or don't I include knight e5? But even in these positions, so let's say white has the passed pawn, the question is, how good is it? Is it a strength or is it a weakness? Because you also gave up the e5 square for the knight, and black literally has no weaknesses. I could also easily see the pawn and the 5 becoming something that white will have to worry about in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be careful with those pawn advances, and you definitely got to plan them out in the right way, because as David likes to say, with great space comes great responsibility. So don't give up squares too easily. So here the tension is brewing, and we're not actually being able to read anything from Yesipenko's intention. Basically, he could go g4, which would signal something aggressive, could simply wait around and see what Sam is up to. Can we take a pause from this game? Because I have noticed that Wei Yi is being direct. We talked about the game between Arjun and Wei Yi being, again, a slow maneuvering game where both sides are anticipating the other's plans. And Wei Yi is like, enough of this waiting. Let me go for direct play. And it was something that you talked about, Artis. C5 on the offensive right now.
He has played c5 and he's not afraid of going for an isolated pawn structure. I think, Arthur, this is a great moment for a positional masterclass and describe the features of that pawn structure once the trade happens on c5. If we just look at it first without going into any details of the variations, but helping our viewers understand what are those middle games like with an isolated d pawn for black.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, Anna, how the understanding of the isolated pawn, or IQP, as we say, isolated queen pawn structure, it has evolved in the past years. Because if you would open some older books printed, I don't know, 70s, 80s, typically all those positions when the opponent would have an isolated pawn, the annotations would be, oh, the opponent has a very large advantage because that's a weak pawn, you can blockade it, and then you're just having like very close to winning position, etc. But if we switch on modern chess engines, they just say, I mean, isolated pawn, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's not even a weakness. So switch on Stockfish in pretty much any IQP positions, it's going to tell you like it doesn't really matter. And it is one of the central pawns after all. And I really like what Wei Yi is doing. And this also begs the question, was Arjun really unable to do anything about it? Because now the position becomes more concrete. And I don't really think that white is in any position, at least immediately, to exploit it. Of course, here the big question is, how do you recapture on c5, right? So do you take with the knight? Do you take with the rook? But potentially both moves are perfectly playable. But the big idea is that suddenly black is getting very active. And now that we are seeing is that white would want to establish a blockade on d4. I don't see how do you do that. White would love to apply pressure against the pawn on d5. I don't see how do you do that. So the logic is black is doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the blockading technique that you want to be going for is going knight to e2, knight to d4, even maybe knight to f4, so you can just start looking at the d5 pawn, and that unfortunately is not available because you have to move the queen, which then begs the question, where is she going to be going? So d takes c5, I love this response. Rook takes c5 doesn't appeal, but it really might be the only way forward, because otherwise you're just inviting black to go c4 and take the initiative on the queen side. So I think this is kind of more or less forced, even though it is going to be a bit of a grudging capture on c5. But rook takes c5, can we just kind of really go into the weeds in this type of position? Because what would first up, what would be the move for white? And I'm looking at moves such as queen to e2. I was looking at queen to e2, but queen to b3. Yeah, maybe queen to b3 is a better kind of try.
I like your idea with queen to b3 or queen out of the pin for sure. I wasn't sure of the square, but maybe offering a queen trade, even if it comes at the cost of doubling pawns. Of the queen takes b3, a takes b3, white would have doubled isolated pawns on the queen side. But at least from the general perspective of trading queens, who is the player that is happier if an isolated pawn middle game has queens or no queens. I would say in general is the player that's playing against the isolated pawn. Now, of course, this is a lot more concrete, and black is so active. I think black is enjoying this position. Maybe it's black who will start playing this for the win, because with such active pieces and everything so concrete, I feel like as if white is missing some tempi. Was it maybe too slow to play rook f2 e1, then rook c1 and allow c5? Because suddenly the position is opening up, and you both highlighted how white is not ready for blocking on d4, how white is in the pin on the c5. It feels like Wei Yi has found the very best moment to break through with c5, and white's position doesn't really have much in it.
It could be. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Anna, here. But on the other hand, also, there's something finally a real target that Arjun can try to press. And I try to figure out where to place the queen. Maybe it's not queen b3, because I know that this queen b3 maneuver is like very typical maneuver in similar positions. Perhaps it's queen b1 just to walk away from the pin. But I mean, black looks so incredibly active here, like maybe just to control the c file. Oh, wait, I think I blundered knight a4. Okay, maybe that was not very smart of me. So perhaps remove the queen somewhere like queen c7 or queen c6, and then maybe double, triple at the c file with some knight e4. Ultimately, white is not applying any pressure against the pawn on d5, and white is not even blockading the pawn on d4. So I'm not very optimistic about Arjun's chances here, and I agree with you on what you said, that perhaps really white was a bit slow here with this entire approach. If you go back a bit, this rook e1 here and rook c1, which of course brings the question, what was wrong with the very obvious idea? I think it was about here. What was wrong with the idea to play rook b1 and b4? Because I feel like this move b4 not only gave you the chance to play b5, but also it was restricting black of this typical counterplay with c5. But you know, it's very easy to say all of that in a commentator's chair. Once you're sitting there, you're playing yourself, you have a million ideas to consider. Nothing is really obvious. But by the way, one more note I would like to add here is that after c5, d takes on c5, knight takes on c5 is also something we cannot rule out, because knight e4 could be a thing as well.
Yeah, and definitely black is the one getting active and is not going to be worrying about that strategic weakness there on d5. I was taught a nice rule when it comes to isolated queen's pawns, and that is, if you're defending with the isolated queen's pawn, if you have control over the open lines, then you have enough compensation, and that's something that black does have control. He's like bearing down with the rook on c8, on c1, and definitely is there ready to jump into e4. Also, this bishop on g7 is a really beautifully placed, is supporting d4, any d5, d4 pushes, and also it's got eyes on b2 as well, so we could be seeing knight e4 jumps at any time, and there will be pressure on b2. So actually, I anticipate that Arjun will be taking on c5, because I just don't think that there's anything else. But I think he'll be looking to actually start just putting the brakes on and trying to get this game into very simple territory.
That could be the case. And Jovi, sorry for cutting you off, but I just want to highlight his time management. He did have quite some time advantage earlier in the game, but the last couple of moves, he has been in the think tank, spending 18 minutes on one of the moves earlier, and now he has been thinking for 15 minutes, even on this decision whether to take the pawn or not.
Mm-hmm.
There's another possible scenario, is that Arjun perhaps did not expect c5 as a possible move. Like, I'm thinking about this, there's a knight a4 move, which is something we have not really considered. And maybe, you know, he put the rook on e1, rook on c1. He thought, I mean, black cannot play c5 because, of course, I have knight a4. I'm not really sure that's the case at the highest level, but white is winning a pawn. And perhaps about here, Arjun is realizing that some of his previous calculations are not entirely correct. As you can see, he is trying to calculate something very deeply in his mind right now. So here the question is what black does. Let's say he plays queen a5. I think knight takes on c5 is, I wanted to say it's a big blunder, but how it's not a big blunder after b6? That's the question.
You have you have b4 as one way to save, or you have queen. No, queen a4. Sorry, queen a4, rook takes knight. So
Queen
not
a4,
quite.
let me put it on the board. That's really beautiful. Yeah, rook takes on c5. The queen loses support. So maybe he calculated something here, and now he's double checking, and it's not quite working. So you could be right with the original idea to play b4, hit a queen, queen a3. Now there's going to be queen b3, and queen takes on b5. I think there's knight d3. Very important move, and I think this position already favors white, because even though we have a symmetrical pawn structure, not the symmetrical, but equal material balance on the board, the pawn on d5 is really weak, especially with this bishop on g2, targeting it indirectly. So once again, knight a4, and if not queen a5, knight takes on c5, then what? Because b6 seems to be working for white, b4. So what do you do? What do you do after knight a4? Is there another move for black?
Can you just change off everything? So after queen a5, so my thoughts were to go queen a5 and then just take everything off, and then knight to e4. And just argue that, yes, it was a temporary pawn sacrifice.
I like this idea a lot, and I think maybe that's what Arjun has missed. If he had calculated this line with knight a4, seeing that, black cannot go for this pawn push because of knight a4, knight takes c5, and he must have seen that there's no b6. Of course, this is hypothetical, but it could be the case that he has seen all those brilliant lines that you both highlighted, but the simple line for black, trading everything and then winning the pawn back with knight e4. And now that I'm looking at the arrows of Arthur's, it's like it's not the end of the line. White would still be attacking both of the pawns on b7 and d5 in black's camp. It's a very complex position to evaluate, and that's why he's thinking for so long. At 18 minutes already, there's just so much to calculate. Whether he plays knight a4 or d takes c5, this is a critical decision.
Yeah. Absolutely. The line doesn't stop here, Anna. I think it still continues because knight takes on c5 is a thing as well. It protects the pawn on b7. If you take on d5, at least the black can take on b2. Maybe there's some move like rook d8 and think about some fork ideas on d3. Visually, it feels that black is doing all right. And it could be that like he did not fully expect it, but that's a bit strange, to be honest, because black did play knight f6, protecting the pawn on d5. So he was clearly signaling that c5 is going to be in the cards, like his last two moves, actually. Look at this. Yeah, so he played rook c8 and he played knight f6. So this basically signals that black is going to play c5. And maybe already here there was not much that Arjun could have done. And he put the rook on c1, like doing the best he can against the c5 push, and c5 happened anyway. And we see, by the way, just as I'm saying this, d takes on c5 was included, so Arjun rejected knight a4, probably estimating that it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, very interesting. And one of the things I've noticed as a big philosophy in the top players is that they value activity over material gains, so that's why you're going to reject being a pawn up if your opponent is very, very active. And dc5, and Wei Yi now is going to decide whether to capture on c5 with the knight or the rook. Will he make a fast capture, or will he now settle into some thought? Because Wei Yi also had to think about knight to a4 as being a possibility. I was going to say, shall we pause this and leave Wei Yi to consider what to do and take a look at our other two games?
I think that's a great suggestion because there's so much at stake with only 3 games in progress, but all of them with the very heavy task of who will make it to the semifinals, who will have a chance to qualify to the candidates tournament. And we do have some progress in both of the other games. Arthurs, which one draws your attention more when it comes to the progress since we last left the analysis?
Well, maybe we could start very quickly with Yesepenko against Shanklin, because I do see there's a pretty big major development going on. And then after that, we can go back to the game of Donchenko against Yakubov, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be there for a very long time. And the structure of the position is not going to change much. So what we're seeing here is that Yesepenko did play g4. He did play g4. He decided to be ambitious. So all cards are revealed. He wants to fight. And instead of the f5 idea, he went for g5. So let me scroll back a bit, couple of moves. So here, g4 was played. Rook f8 made perfect sense by the American. Applied pressure here, and we were discussing the possibilities of f5. And no, g5 is played. h6, probably h4 is going to happen. And this begs the question, who favors from this? So with g5 here, Yesepenko is attempting to gain some space advantage. And it also asks Sam, are you going to play d5 at some point or not? I mean, obviously here you could have played d5 because it's not well protected, but knight e7 could be a move. And if we backtrack what we discussed, even bishop takes on c3 might not be even such a ridiculous idea. So let's say we play h6, h4, takes, and I might find the right moment. Maybe this is not one of them, where I could play bishop c3, I could play d5, and if I would get my knight on f5, that essentially I'm negating white's pawn majority at the king side, and I'm just doing whatever I want at the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they're definitely committal decision to give up the bishop for the knight, but it's something that the players will be considering. And by the way, h6 was the response from Sam. h4 is more or less a must in order to support the pawn flanks. And I gotta say, I like what Yesepenko is doing. It does signal some aggressive intent, and he very much wants to just start applying some pressure to Sam's position. Sam has to be very careful, though, because, you know, once, okay, h4, as we expected, making an appearance. And I was going to say Sam has to be careful because it's very, very difficult to play without too much space. It's not going to be very easy for Sam to try to coordinate all of the pieces to put pressure against f4. Also, I feel like playing d5 is going to be very, very risky. And those are basically the only 2 plans that he has available. Yes, he could also play e5, but that really invites white to step forward with f4, f5. And it's not easy to play with little space. And it's also not going to be easy if white manages to consolidate the only weakness in the position, f4. And that will in turn allow him to cast his attentions to the h-line and try to enter the position. So by consolidating, I will be direct. I'm thinking of moves such as knight to e2 at the right time, overprotect f4, and this will free up the rook to h1 if the h-line has been opened. So very tense position, I would say, for both sides. You know, they have to tread very carefully. But can we revisit this one later? Because I really want to go and take a look at the game between Alexander Donchenko against Yakubov, because the black bishop, like Robin Hood, is hiding out in Sherwood Forest, is gone on and found a home on a2.
We definitely need to show how it ended up there. We were describing this bishop on g6 earlier in the game, that if black were to push the pawns to h5 and f5, then it would lock up the bishop. It would be a really sad piece. So instead of going for that, Yakubov found a more active approach to rescuing the bishop, but it's still looking so funky on a2. Arthurs, can we go through the last couple of moves and show the journey of the bishop?
Let's do it. So I think we left it around here, where Alexander played your idea, Anna, this idea to relocate the knight to f4 and play h4. Knight b6. Here, knight c8, so black is simply improving the position. Knight d6, h4. I think I know what happened here. I think that Donchenko simply missed this move, bishop b1, because this is not your obvious move. And suddenly this maneuver, bishop b1, I don't think it exists in this position, because we discussed it before that black sometimes even plays f5, h5, puts the knight at f6, he barricades in and says no guests allowed. But bishop b1 is a rather unusual moment, because as you can see, the rook at h1 is not defending the b1 square, and suddenly this bishop on g6 is going to c4, and this is actually bad news for Donchenko, because look at this, black played f5, so he's killing any counterplay here, definitely no e4, g4 potentially, and after king f2, bishop a2, black is really in charge here. He's going to play bishop c4 next. He can play b5 if he needs, because this essentially closes any counterplay white might dream about at the queen side. So what is it that you're drawing here? It's got to be some g4 idea ultimately, and Donchenko just played bishop d3, and I think he's going to keep the bishops on the board.
Yeah, I'm expecting the same. Bishop to d3, bishop to c4 is going to be the response. And as you anticipate, I don't think you can allow a black knight to appear on c4. That really would be bad news, because it would force the white rook on the defensive. But even if you keep the bishop on the board, g4 is still going to come now with a tremendous amount of risk, because you concede the e4 square after the trade on g4.
I agree with you, and I think it just goes to show how this bishop b1 bishop maneuver was missed by Donchenko, as you said, Arthurs, and it is a very powerful maneuver. Suddenly a piece that was going to become a gigantic pawn on g6 is now a very active piece, and you either have to trade your knight squared bishop, which is a really pretty piece. You either have to trade that bishop off for black's bishop, or black's bishop too will be a very active and strong piece on c4. So suddenly going from a slightly worse position that you have to defend forever and ever, I think Yakubayev is very much back in the game. Maybe he's gonna be the one that becomes ambitious. He only needs a draw, but he now has a lot more comfortable position than before.
Yeah, indeed, maybe he is going to be ambitious at some point, but of course, I think if at any given moment Doncic would offer a draw, he would accept it in a heartbeat, because I think getting to the semifinal is far more important than those rating points. And by the way, already in this FIDE World Cup, we saw a couple of examples. Like the freshest one I recall was Martinez Alcantara agreeing to a draw in a completely winning position against Alexei Sarana, game 2, when he just clinched his ticket in the next round. But I'm starting to feel pretty pessimistic about Donchenko's chances here, because I just do not see how is he making progress. So let's say bishop c4, bishop b1 is played. You correctly really said it, that g4 does weaken the e4 square. Maybe this is still something to consider for white. But let's say we play, first black is to play, black plays h5. So black plays this ugly move h5. And now what? I mean, how do you make any progress? Of course, you can maneuver million years here and there, but ultimately there's no progress. So you will have to rely on the pawn play. Once again, there is no b3 here. E4 is really well protected. So the only hope for Donchenko, it's got to be the g4 push. I don't know, like put the rook here on g1, maybe move the king over to the queen side to protect the pawn on b4, and hope for this g4 push, which gives you the chance of an outside pass pawn. But you are probably immediately noticing it does trade a lot of weaknesses for black, like these double pawns, they're gone. They've weak h pawn, it's gone, and black is just left with active pieces. So I really start to like Yakubayev chances here to make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, and what I was laughing at whilst you were talking was that in the position that you had highlighted with black having h5 and, ruining all of white's chances of pawn break, we might even see like the 50 move rule kick into play if white doesn't make a pawn break. I also got to say, I really do like black's chances as well. And I feel like putting the bishop on c4 is a bit of a must, because as a counter, you can also lift up the rook to a5 with ideas of going rook to b5 and saying, hey, look at the b2 pawn. It is weak.
I love that idea. I think that rook left is really instructive and highlights how white also has weaknesses in his camp, and now they're going to be accessible. That bishop on c4 is such a strong piece, so much better than it could have ever been on g6, and it allows the rook lift. It helps that the other pieces of black will also get more active. Lovely knight on d6, really strong bishop on c4, and now the rook is coming into the game. Maybe this is the way to play for a draw, that you're suddenly are the one in charge, and you're going to have to force your opponent defend and essentially settle for a draw. The best isn't it a good strategy, Arthurs, to play for a draw by playing for a win?
Perhaps. I love the move rook a5. I didn't really notice it, but it makes perfect sense. The pawn on b2 is very difficult to defend. As you said, this is the way, indeed. So rook a5, apply pressure against the pawn on b2, and maybe at some point Donchik will have to be a bit on the defensive, but of course, he's going to always play it out until the very end, and if not this, then what? And maybe while Noderbeck has not yet made a move, perhaps he's considering the opportunities that after bishop c4, white is not going to reject the trade, because once again, rook a5, rook b5 is quite a big thing, and maybe white can allow the trade, but then we basically go back to the original discussion where white is making progress. Once again, it's got to be the g4 push. And if you play g4, you trade off black's weaknesses. So, yeah, wonderful work by Yakuboyev so far.
Yes, and one thing that we saw consistently from Yakuboyev is that he reaches for a piece, he's about to make a move, and then he holds himself back. Like we saw him on the camera just reaching for the h-pawn. It was like he wanted to go h5 to prevent this concept of g4, but now he's like, hang on a second, let me just verify absolutely everything. And I feel like this is such a good hallmark of the top players, that they are constantly verifying their own analysis, and they're looking at it from their opponent's perspective and seeing what resources do they have after I make that move.
So true. And in a format like this, the knockout format with mini matches, I think that's even more so the case. You double check, you triple check, because there's so much pressure on the players when it comes to one single mistake costing you the entire tournament and being knocked out. He's again reaching for a piece. Is he gonna play bishop c4, which seems to be a very logical continuation here? Bishop c4. Any other moves, Arthurs, you're expecting?
Yeah. I mean, h5 is a serious move. Bishop c4 is also a very serious move. So he feels like it's a pretty big decision to make. And speaking about the hand hovering over the move, it just reminds me that when playing online chess, you have this unfair advantage because you can legally touch the piece. You can hover it over the square. And I've seen it, many top players doing this. And then while you're hovering the piece over the intended square, you're like having a better feeling, does this feel right? Does this not feel right? And then okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to retract it. Of course, in over the board chess, you cannot do that. You cannot grab a piece, you hover it over the h5 square. How does it feel? No, it doesn't feel right. I'm going to retract it. Of course, there's the touch rule. On online chess, there is no touch rule. Nobody has thought of a way to implement it. So that's why I think they're trying to do this, is that they're hovering the hand over the piece, and maybe this gives you the extra last second inspiration. Am I making the right choice?
Yes. That's a great point, Arthurs. Sorry, Joey, it just reminded me of PogChamps and how a lot of the players who learned online to play in, for instance, PogChamps and compete, then when they play over the board, they're like, wait a second, I cannot draw arrows here. I cannot color. How do I calculate without drawing arrows?
No, I completely agree with you. And but there's okay, that's one of the advantages of playing online chess. But as we know, one of the disadvantages is the flip side to this, and that is those mouse slips. So don't touch the piece, and don't just drag them everywhere and anywhere, because you might be vulnerable to that dreaded curse. But bishop c4 eventually played from Yakuboev. I think this is a right decision. And talking about decisions, that's exactly what Donchenko is having to make. Does he capture the bishop? Does he step back with the bishop? It kind of stepping back does feel like you're going on the passive, but maybe necessary in terms of the match situation. But it does feel that Yakuboev has managed to neutralize the initiative on the king side and is looking like he's in great shape, with ideas of rook a5, rook b5, targeting b2, bishop b1, very quick response. And now for Yakuboev, he's going to go into thought, because he did kind of initially reach for the h pawn. Maybe he'll go h5. Maybe he will just change tack and play on the queen side. So it's interesting times. And it's also interesting times in the other games as well. Maybe we can pull up the board view and take a look at what else is developing.
There is a little bit of development on the other boards. And if we go back to Arjun's game for a second, just to highlight how there were a lot of decisions to be taken there after c4. First of all, Arjun spent a very long time considering whether to take the pawn or not. And once the pawn was taken, Wei Yi had the decision to consider rook capture on c5 or knight takes c5, and both of them had pros and cons. Both of them were appealing. He eventually goes for the rook capture, and the queen of white immediately slides over to e2 because you cannot stay in that pin on the c file.
And it also comes with a knight a4 threat. So here knight a4 is a thing. So the queen on e2, to be honest, I would be a bit nervous because I'm positioning the queen on a potential x-ray with a black rook on e8. And something like d4, it could be in the cards at some point. But of course, the first senior threat is knight a4. So how do you deal with this? I could easily imagine that black has more than one way to continue. There's queen c6, there's queen c7, there's queen d6. So probably I would listen a bit to my gut instinct a bit. Queen a5, maybe not so much because there's a3, and white is just improving his control of the squares and trying to play b4. So perhaps something like queen d6 here, and think about the d4 push.
Yeah, yes, I think it definitely, this d4 push is going to be the way forward for Wei Yi. If he manages to get that and manages to liquidate absolutely everything, then he is absolutely fine. But knight to a4, big idea on the board. Arjun in the background pacing up and down. I was was enjoying. I don't know if you two have seen this, the moonwalk.
Yeah, no, it does look
yes.
a lot like Michael Jackson's trademark move. And look at that pacing. Even the socks. Honestly, now that I'm seeing it, it really is very much like the moonwalking. And it helps him calm the nerves, perhaps. It helps him think through some of the lines. It's very much a trademark of Arjun Erigaisi to be pacing up and down and close to the board, not going far away from it, but likes to stand up and get those steps in.
I think it was just by Cindy edit, because this is the camera footage also provided by amazing producer Ryan, who just switches between the cameras. We can follow Arjun everywhere he goes. So Arjun, you cannot escape us. We see where you're going. And just by Cindy, I think it was them who edited it backwards. So, and then was Michael Jackson's Moonwalker song in the background. So in case the viewers, you haven't seen it, it's a must see video, because it had my day. Like I was very, very excited to see this. So great edit right there.
It absolutely was. And Arjun pacing up and down in calculation mode. Well, first of all, the first hurdle for Wei Yi is to deal with knight to a4. I expect that there's going to be some tripling on the C line, though, because Wei wants to take control over that line. But yeah, very, very tense. Things are also happening in the game between Andrei Yasipenko and Sam Shanklin. It's kind of maybe making it more exciting than it actually is, but we have seen a breakthrough from Sam. So maybe we go there and assess whether this was the right time.
D5. We definitely need to dive in because we were talking about these options. But when we left it after H4, if we just go back for a moment to that situation and move 20, Sam ended up taking on G5 and placing his bishop on D4. And in that way, he is preparing to push D5 because the bishop on D4 is blocking the D1 rook from seeing over the protection of the D5 square. So very smart way of preparing for that push, improving his bishop and at the same time going and preparing active counterplay. So he doesn't want to just sit and wait with this hedgehog-looking structure. He is going for D5 after bishop D4. And now it is Yasipenko's turn to figure out how to deal with it. Artus, how do you see this pawn break and what will be the main options for white here?
Well, but now things are about to get really interesting. And first we are seeing is the tabulation bar, which says that white is tiny bit better. I'm not sure it really matters. What could be important is that Shanklin is playing a bit faster. So he has 20 minutes on the clock. And with a move of D5, so he says, as you said, I'm not going to sit quietly. I want to have my counterplay. And it might lead to some complications. For example, white could take on D5, retreat with the knight. I mean, that's one thing that you can always do when you don't know what to do. You can improve your pieces. Let's say black plays bishop G7 and F5 suddenly is in the cards at some point, like maybe even right away. Maybe I can even play right away F5, right? I can sacrifice the pawn. I'm not really sure if this extra pawn matters. Let's say black decides to trade a couple of pieces, takes. I'm going to play like either knight f4 or knight g3. And all I'm seeing is that this pawn on g5 is getting really, really strong. So I'm pretty sure that Yasipenko is thinking about this somewhere here. And if we could backtrack a bit, Shanklin's decision to play bishop d4, d5, like I agree with what you said, Anna, that it's a very logical idea to make d5 happen. When I was looking at this, I was not considering this at all. Like I was considering here maybe knight e4 made sense. Anchor the knight instead, hit the queen, and after, let's say, queen d3, try to secure it with c5. And I tried very quickly to calculate what's going on here, because like this also enables the same idea d5, or who knows, maybe I can even play d5 right now. Let's say d5 takes, knight is heading to the f5 square. Perhaps I can also solidify the knight on d4 with the c5. So to me, like this felt a bit more natural, but I'm pretty sure that Sam is such an amazing player. He saw this, he saw something that he doesn't like, and he decided that the bishop on d4 stands for some reason a bit better.
Yeah. And well, also bishop to d4 did have the nice idea of doubling up and setting up that battery with the queen to g7. Of course, Yasipenko saw that, so that's why he went bishop to c1. And like you say, it's decision time. What to do with the tension in the center? Like, I don't think white should be thinking about making moves like e takes d5, because it just feels that little bit accommodating. But then, you know, the move that we were looking at, knight to e2, can you kind of try to hold the tension that little bit more with knight e2, drive the bishop back and say, well, actually, what happens next? And can we kind of continue with the same kind of thread, just move a piece? But I'm really struggling to move a piece, I gotta admit, guys, because I feel like the knight on e2 is actually nicely covering d4, and the rook on f1 might be, I wanted to put it on h1 so it can kind of post up to h7, but it does feel like that maybe the queen, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the queen is perhaps vulnerable to some kind of pin ideas with knight to e5. Maybe get her out of any trouble and see what happens. But it's tricky. It's a tricky kind of position, because is white simply going, yes, this was what I was also considering. Is white taking all the risk?
Yeah, it does feel like things could go wrong on that long diagonal. I love bishop h8. It's such a cool move to retreat the bishop all the way into the furthest corner possible to go for this queen bishop battery, threaten checkmate on a1. Of course, this is not something that white will miss, but even if you see it coming, you need to prepare for it. You need to figure out how you're gonna guard your king. And suddenly, who is trying to play this for a win? It would be black who starts taking the initiative. I loved your idea, Arthur's, with that pawn sacrifice, if white can get that in the right moment, because I agree that g5 pawn, if it becomes a pass pawn, that could be really a strong feature in white's position. Can we look at some of those lines again and see if white can get it in the right moment? Is there anything else for black if we dive deeper into those ideas?
Right. I'm starting to think that maybe f5 is not the right moment to play, and not really influenced so much by the bar. I'm pretty sure it has to be the idea at some point. Maybe this is not the right moment. And the reason is that black probably is not going to trade off the pieces. Why would he? Because this was what I originally showed. This queen takes on f5, rook takes on f5, and white has this outside pass pawn. There's some pressure. So obviously, the outside pass pawns, they become stronger in endgames. So black, of course, would not go for the endgame, and he would play instead g takes on f5. And here I think the strength of this pass g pawn is probably not as huge as in this minor piece endgame. And on top of that, black is still thinking about the queen g7 idea and try to just brutally checkmate white. But that begs the question, how can Yesepenko improve on the idea? Is it knight g3? But Yovi already said it. This knight on e2 very nicely controls the d4 square, and I agree it's necessary. Also, on top of that, of course, there's still the queen g7. Let's not forget that as well. So how do you continue? How do you continue here? And maybe this is the reason why Yesepenko has not responded with knight e2, because he sees immediately the drawbacks of bishop h8. And maybe he can try to include a pawn sacrifice right here. Is this a thing? Like takes and f5?
Artis, he's just played knight to e2. So we are going to be seeing absolutely this. And it was actually interesting that knight to e2 was played, because I had just kind of noticed the possibility of instead going bishop to a3. So that could be very much on the cards, that bishop a3 might appear in some version, because then the whole idea is to meet queen to g7. I'm wondering whether you have any funny business with e5. Yes, you may or may not get away with it. So knight takes e5 is going to be met with queen to c3. That should be safe and sound. Yes, my calculation is on point.
This is a great idea. I love that with bishop a3, suddenly it's just the right configuration for white pieces to be able to push e5, because that rook on f8 needs to be hanging. If the bishop was not on a3, e5, of course, is just a blunder. There's always knight takes e5. But because of the attack over the f8 rook, and because of being able to move the queen out of harm's way after knight takes e5, this could very well work out for white, which would mean that after bishop to a3, black would have to move the rook away from f8. I think we might see this. Actually, no. Sam has decided to retreat the bishop to g7. So no queen and bishop battery on the long diagonal, but he does want to bring the rook to the h5 potentially at some point.
Yeah, this is a very interesting idea you were discussing there, this bishop a3. I completely missed it, and the more I was looking at it, I realized this was something that both players probably saw. Like, if we go back to the position after bishop h8, I'm not really sure the position really changes much. After bishop a3, black needs to move the rook somewhere. So where is it? Rook goes here, and I could play e5, right? And I was sitting there and tried to understand how to evaluate this position, because I've seen these positions, obviously, from all kinds of angles so many times, and it just feels so wrong for white, because white just creates a weakness on f5, and then your pawn majority at the king side doesn't matter. But then again, chess is a very concrete game, and you have to be open-minded. And the first quote I immediately remember what is written in Levon Aronian's Twitter page. I think it goes like this: assumption is the mother of all screw-ups. Right, so we very often we assume things that this is right or wrong, but once again, chess all the time proves it's a concrete game. And concretely here, even though white has made an ugly choice to make a weakness on f5, black cannot do anything about it. The bishop and h8 feels pretty stuck, so it will have to go back to the game with bishop g7 anyway. So for white, there's suddenly a very concrete idea at some point to get the knight on g4 and anchor the knight on f6. And on top of that, the black is like very slow to organize his pawn majority at the queen side. I mean, how do you even play c5? So that's why I think what happened here is that Sam knew it. He knew that definitely bishop a3 and e5 is something that white can't consider. So that's why he's saving himself a tempi.
Absolutely. And on our screen, we saw a new move from Yasipenko as he plays rook to h1, threatening to post up a rook to h7. But the nerves are tightening. The heart of the battle is underway. Stay tuned, because we are going to go on a break. And when we return, we are going to break down a lot more World Cup action. See you in a few.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I know it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
Generally, education itself is, I think, one of the nicest things in our everyday life and for humans. At the same time, obviously, it's very difficult and very challenging because my parents are teachers, so for them it was their work also. So they made an experiment, as my father used to say, that he believed that with a lot of work, with dedication, with focusing, specializing, it means that that's the way for happiness and being successful. At the same time, of course, everyone has to understand that it depends who you are as a parent. First of all, you have to be very much be supportive of each other, the husband and wife. And after that, if you're on the same page all the time, not today, tomorrow, but every week, 365 days a year, and for decades, that's already a good start. And then you can go from there to support in a special way, like unusual way of making them growing up, and focusing on supporting to be for them a sport person, being a chess player, being a mathematician, being whatever, but really focusing on that. I think if the parents have that dedication, that they are ready to give up their own job, their own holidays, their own ambitions, then of course it's a beautiful job, I think, or it can be being supportive on a sport child, let's say, because whether you're making chess or swimming or any specific sport or area, it means that you're giving up your weekends, you're giving up many of your time because the kid has to be going there. And it means that you transform yourself supporting. I mean, it's not only my case, but also you see the Indian kids, for example, with the world champion Gukesh. His father is there all the time. Or Magnus Carlsen, his family was always there behind him from a very young age. So I would say that for parents who think that this is easy, it's not easy, but it's a very special lifestyle for them as well. And if they understand that, then it can be a beautiful journey.
Welcome back to the second game of the quarterfinals. And it has been a really cagey start so far. But our very own man on the ground, International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, caught up with International Master Sagar Shah, he of chess-based India fame. So let's hear what he had to say.
Sagar, who's going to win the World Cup? I think Arjun Erigaisi. And top 3 go to the candidates. Who are your picks? Arjun Erigaisi, Javokir Sindarov, and Nadirbek Yakuboyev. And lastly, if not chess, what would your profession be? Singer. Can you sing? एक जन ने मेरे को अभी एक चैंट बोलने को बोला. So, घोड़ा चले ढाई घर, अज्जू भाई टाइगर. Oh, let's go! Nice.
Well, you heard it here first from Saga, who he thinks is going to qualify to the candidates. And a very interesting question. If Saga had not been a chess player, he would have been a singer. And I'm going to ask the same question to both Anna and Artis. I'm dying to hear your thoughts. What would you have been if not for a chess player?
I wish I could have played singer too, but I don't have the abilities to say that. So shout out to Sagar and his karaoke skills. I think I would be a teacher, maybe not, if not chess, perhaps a language teacher. I love languages and teaching in general. So I think that's my kind of field. What about you, Arturs?
When it comes to my singing, you don't really want to hear me sing. Yeah, like I can sing, but it's not going to be a pretty sight. Even though I went to car in my childhood, but I don't know, my voice has degraded ever since. About the alternative profession, I haven't really thought about it. I used to have all kinds of dreams as a kid, but I'm just happy with what I'm doing. So I'm going to stick with chess.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
What about you, Joey? You kind of dodged that question. Just because you're the host, we need to know. Everyone wants to know.
What would I have been in a former life? I've thought about this, and I've kind of I always loved history, so perhaps a historian, and I always loved like storytelling. And I was the kid that I used to go to the children's encyclopedia and literally read up all of the history stories, and I was obsessed with that. So maybe something to do with that. When it comes to singing, I was also in the choir like artists here. And
Me
I did have
too,
a
but I
high
don't know
voice.
what was I doing.
Ooh.
What were we all doing in a choir without the voice? Or do you have a good voice, Jovi?
I think I have a kind of a listenable voice. I mean, it's not great. I would say it's quite low, as you can expect, and yeah, but it's I don't know. I've always heard that actually everyone has a good voice. You just have to unlock it by like singing with the right techniques. And what I just found out is that singers are always like training their voices like every minute of the day. And we once had an opera singer come stay with us, and she was doing breathing techniques, and she was doing a good like 6 hours. You could hear her go, and it was really quite impressive that how much effort. So I don't know. I like to think that all of us have a little bit of Barbara Streisand or whoever it is in us.
That's a good way to put it, and you're right that it's all about honing one's skills, and no one is born with singing skills, and no one is born with chess skills. All the grandmasters we see here competing at the World Cup, they started with the same amount of knowledge. That is, you learn how the pieces move, and then you go from there. Should we catch up with what happened in this game between Donchenko and Yakuboyev? This is the one match where White here, the German grandmaster Donchenko, is in a must-win situation. If he makes a draw or loses, he goes home. He's knocked out of the tournament. He has to win in order to earn a tiebreaker.
So what I find it to be very interesting is that Yakuboyev did not play h5. And I think he is being very cautious. So this is the current position. He has the pawn on h6 instead, which I think it makes sense if we roll back a couple of moves. I think it was about here. So bishop d3, like the bishop on d3 is kind of staring at a pawn on h7 indirectly. And I think I was the one initially who was pushing for this h5 idea. And it's entirely possible that it was a move. But let's say h4 happens, and in some scenario, White can play g4, maybe as a pawn sacrifice, maybe prepared. I don't know. Like, that's definitely an idea. And perhaps this prospect slightly was not appealing to Norderbeck, because as you can see, it creates an outside pass pawn. It's backed by the knight, by the bishop, by the rook as well. It can go forward. Well, this g-pawn is seemingly going nowhere. So that's why Yakuboyev decided to do the pragmatic choice. And instead, he played h6. And if at some point Donchenko is going to play g4, at least it doesn't create an outside pass pawn. So, for example, if g4 happens, of course, black is going to happily take on g4, either rook g4 or f takes on g4. I'm not really sure which is the more accurate move. But the point here is that after king e7, black is always able to stop these pawns. At g5, h6 on g5, it's just a trade. It's not a pass pawn.
Yeah. And also what I find quite instructive is that with the pawn advance to h5, it would have meant that the rook on h8 would have been reduced to passivity. So Yakuboyev is just simply saying, hey, you know what? My rook perhaps has potential to do other work around the board, so let's just keep the options open. But it's not without its risks, as you mentioned, because g4 is a possibility at a later date. It's something that I think that Donchenko probably has to, one way or other, get it on the board. But I like the way that Yakuboyev is playing. He's playing without risk. That was something that we saw yesterday. He always chose the path of simplicity where possible. And he was very, very careful with his choices. But it also is a rather unpleasant move for Donchenko to face because, as you mentioned, no easy plans for him to start taking over and at least posing problems for black.
And that's a big issue to deal with when you're in a must-win situation, that your opponent is preventing every single possible lifeline in this position, doesn't give you any chance of going for something at least complex or dubious. It's just very much of a lock over all of those key squares. The g4 square is covered by black's pieces. The e4 square is more than covered. How do you break through? The b3 square is also covered. All the potential pawn breaks are prevented by black's pawn structure and black's pieces. It's going to be really difficult for Donchenko to find some kind of a way to pose problems, to ask questions at least to Yakuboyev, so he gives him a chance to go wrong. Arturs, when you look at a situation like this and you are in a must-win situation to add to this middle game, what comes to mind? What plans, what maneuvers, what would you say Donchenko might come up with, as hard as it is to come up with something?
I would be having a bit conflicted feelings because, okay, he played King G2. That's a move I was not predicting. I suppose he is trying to improve the odds of pushing G4. But there was one move I was considering as well. So first move, of course, it's the G4 idea. And that's the only way to generate some targets in black's position. And I'm pretty sure that Donchenko is going to do it at some point. But the other move, I was thinking, what about knight e3? And I try to understand if this move makes any sense, because if black takes on d3, at least I'm improving my standing at the queen side. And also, by the way, I'm making sure there's no rook a5. Rook b5 idea, no rook a6. Rook b6 idea. But it just basically goes back to the original question. So where's your counterplay? And again, it's got to be g4. So this move knight e3 is something we might see at some point. So Donchenko might just improve the knight on f4. Like, it stands perfectly. It's beautiful knight, but apart from that, it doesn't do anything. So what do you do when you don't know what to do? You can always improve your pieces. And at least this is what Donchenko is doing. I mean, he treats that the king on f2 doesn't do much. Potentially, he's thinking about king h3. And then after g4, maybe there's a room for the same f takes on g4, or perhaps rook g4, and we could get really creative with king g4, king h5, and then maybe throw in the mix this idea of knight e3, etc. Either way, I'm pretty sure that the game is still on the way to continue for a very long time.
Yeah, and whilst you were talking, Nordebek was actually reaching for the rook. He pulled away at the last second and decided not to advance his rook. It looked like he was going to either post up the rook to a6 or to a5. Either way, start targeting b2 using that as his counterplay. He can also mobilize the king. Step to c7, I think, is a good idea to put the king on dark squares in general, just so it's not vulnerable to any checks. Rook a5. And then he's retracted, but it is touch move. You got to play it, and rook a5 indeed appears on the board. So it is that battle that we're seeing where black is going to simply try to target b2 and wait for white to commit to something on the king side.
I love this rook lift. It's just the one and only way in which you can try to attack the vulnerable b2 pawn. And the hesitation, though, it's what we've seen on Yakuboyev in so many of his games. I think maybe he plays like this in general, but the World Cup pressure, the knockout format, how much is at stake, and the path to the qualification to the candidates, they just multiply those factors on how much we see double checking, triple checking, constantly verifying your variations, your ideas, because there's just so much going on and so much at stake. King h2 being marked by a computer is not a very good move. Arturs, is this a really big mistake? An inaccuracy at the least, according to the engine?
It looks like a pretty human move to me. I think that Donchenko wants to defend the pawn on b2 with rook g2, and I was having some fun with the arrows. I thought, why not king h3 with the idea to play rook g2, but this could be a perfect opportunity to miss a hidden move by the bishop for a second time. in the game already once black played bishop b1, bishop a2, bishop c4. Now we can explore also this diagonal and white just loses an exchange. That's why king h2 is a perfectly reasonable move. And I suppose rook e8 somehow begs the question how white is going to defend the weaknesses, because rook b5 is a move and suddenly white could be overloaded. But is this move such an obvious move? I'm not really sure, because black just played rook a5, and I could easily imagine, Yovi, that Yakuboyev could just play rook b5 and proceed with the original plan.
Right, and I don't understand why rook to b5 is so much worse than rook to e8. Maybe we can just go into rook to b5 first. So rook to b5, and you see the evaluation bar just rises up a little bit in white's favor. Big miss. But isn't it the same kind of idea? Rook to g2, rook e8, isn't it the same?
That's what I was thinking too. And then when you flip the order, you do leave the b5 square available for the knight as well. And that's the main difference, that if you start with rook e8, you're threatening knight to b5 to kick the rook out of that protective third rank, and the e3 pawn would fall. So suddenly it's not only the b2 pawn, but the e3 pawn that white needs to hold on to. And one way or the other, you might end up losing material here. And if rook e1, then it's time to play rook b5. So holding both ideas in hand, that would have been the key move for Yakuboyev to get the advantage.
Wow.
Oh, that's a pretty big miss then. Yeah, that's a pretty big miss, because it was getting very concrete. Because this rook e8, to be honest, I missed it as well. Like, I think we're focusing on this entire idea of rook a5, that black's going to play rook b5, and suddenly rook e8 comes with an idea to play knight b5. And this knight b5 idea was simply not there, because the white king was always on f2. I mean, it was protecting the e3 square. So that's why for Yakuboyev also, this was something that he was not even considering. And this entire sequence, what was it? Once again, knight b5 is a threat. The pawn on e3 needs to be defended. Rook e1, rook b5 hits the pawn. You cannot play rook e2. You got to go here, rook b3. And now it's getting really obvious that black is in charge. And actually, for you to protect the pawn, I don't know, what do you have to do? Fall back, play knight g2, but black is suddenly just completely dominating the board with bishop d3 and knight c4. I think it's fair to say if Yakuboyev would have found it, he would have had already 1 foot in the semifinals.
And I don't know, I just saw a grit of the teeth. Maybe it's dawning on Yakuboyev right now that he could have done that, yes, because it's very important, right, to get the rook to b3. But then again, this is actually a plan to win with rook to e8. That's not necessarily on Yakuboyev's mind. He just wants to hold the position. So I think it's interesting. So rook to e8 is probably the move that's going to be played now. Is it the only move? Can he go rook to b3? That was another option that was kind of mentioned in a different position, but it might be very relevant here. Rook to b3 and then just make the trades. Get a rook to e8, then knight to c4, and just argue, well, okay, no knight to c4 because of the pawn on f5, but just argue that this is more than okay for black.
Very much more than okay, and he was just about to make a move. I think he might have noticed, by the way, Jovi, as you said, he might have noticed that if he had started with rook e8, that would have been a very different story. Sometimes it's better that you don't realize it during the game, because now it's going to be in the back of his mind if he knows that he missed a chance to have a better position or even a pawn up. But he's going to be playing rook to e8 now. I feel like he's about to touch the rook. And of course, there's still some advantage, but it's not going to be as much of an advantage as if he had swapped the move order and left the b5 square available for the knight as well.
Yeah, rook e8 is a very powerful move. Okay, so he missed it in the previous move, and I think it was quite difficult to ask Yakuboyev to notice this knight b5 idea, which was not there before. Now, the engine marks a blue arrow. Apparently, rook f2 is the only move, which I find it to be very difficult to be played because rook f2 is a totally non-ambitious move. I mean, it doesn't do anything. Like, it just walks away from the entire g4 idea. So I assume the idea is something like this: rook f2, and after rook b3, there's going to be a trade, and not really sure what black captures. I think both of these moves are perfectly okay. Let's say 8 takes on b3, and here you play knight g2. But I mean, none of white's pieces are standing in particularly great, and the black is just enjoying some space advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Donchenko would do something else. But what is it? I mean, it's got to be g4, maybe sacrifice the pawn on e2 and throw. I'm sorry, rook what?
Could you throw in king g1? King g1 to kind of defend the e3 pawn with king f2. And then get ready with your g4.
Yeah, that might be more human. I agree. Yeah, king f2 and keep the rook on g2 to play g4, so you get to control at least the g file. Like rook b3 still probably take it and take with the bishop, and now knight c4 is a thing. So it's getting pretty clear that Donchenko is getting nowhere with his plans.
He's getting nowhere, and he would end up losing a pawn if we get those variations. That's why the computer is showing the blue arrow rook to f2, because any other move by white apparently will end up losing either the e3 pawn or the b2 pawn, with the ideas that you both highlighted. The trade on b3 is a key to remove the defender, the rook on c3. And by capturing on b3 with the bishop, you are allowing your knight a beautiful spot on c4 to jump to. So huge trouble for Donchenko if he doesn't find rook to f2.
Yeah, and as Arthur was saying, it is very, very difficult to find this move because it is going on the passive, seizing the defensive. And when you're in a must-win situation, that is very, very hard to play. I think you're right, Arthur. We might see some kind of desperado with g3, g4 being played.
I think we will definitely see something like that because of the position, how it is really just very one-sided and you're about to lose a pawn. And Donchenko has to play for a win. Let's not forget he's in a must-win situation. So it's one thing to have to survive this endgame and being on the defensive if it's just a single game, but this is a mini-match and he's down a point in this mini-match in the quarterfinals against Yakuboyev. The only way forward, I guess, is go all in. Will we see that, Arthur? Do you think he will go all in or find this really hard defensive resource with rook to f2, which again is still worse for white? It's just at least hanging on to the pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about this all-in push, but how? I mean, the only idea I can think of where you're just burning all the bridges is to give yourself an outside pass pawn, which might be somehow linked with the g4 idea. But again, you calculate this. Let's say g4, f takes on g4, takes on g4, black's going to play rook b3. And after takes on b3, black's going to play, again, I'm guessing, I don't know, bishop b3 or a takes on b3, which is better, and try to find the scenario where you drop either the pawn on e3 or the pawn on g5, but let's say go here. I mean, you got to try something, let's say rook takes on a3 and h5, something like this. I could easily imagine, oh, look at that, actually, Engine suddenly says this is very much playable for white, and Donchenko is like begging for some kind of scenario like this, but his body language, it doesn't spell a lot of optimism. By the way, rook f2, he did find it, Yovi.
He did find it, but as we saw, this was literally white going on the defensive. That this rook sidestepped to f2 in order to get the knight to g2, just to kind of get into that little ball. But at least then, Donchenko will have withstood Black's initiative, and maybe there's still hope of going g3, g4. But things looking very shaky for Donchenko. Let's go back to our bird's eye view, because I'm seeing that there's been a lot of progress in the game between Andrei Yesipenko and Sam Shankland. So let's head there and see how all the pieces, all the rooks got traded off, and let's assess the game position that we have in front of us.
Yeah, that is a really good question, Jovi, because we left it a while ago. There were a bunch of pieces on the board. There was a bishop on d4 earlier that we saw retreating to g7. Maybe if we rewind a little bit just to catch up with how the players ended up in the current situation after the bishop went to g7. We saw Yesipenko rook to h1, occupying the open file, with the idea being that, yes, black can play rook h8, but once you trade, you can't really take back with the rook because that will leave your d5 pawn unprotected. So bishop takes h8 is the better move for black. Keep the pawn on d5 protected, after which Yesipenko also offered the bishop trade with bishop b2. Lots of trades happening here, Arthurs, and at the end of the line, another bunch of moves. If we go through these couple of moves with the maneuvers as well and the check on the diagonal c3, we are reaching a position that's a lot more simplified. Queen and knight endgame. How do you see this endgame, and what are the main features of this endgame?
It's probably quite balanced, because now we can see Yesipenko decided not to take the pawn on e4. I think what he was afraid of, Anna, is that queen takes on e4 will be met by queen d2 check. And after queen c2, I suppose black is just too active, maybe something like queen e3. And this queen clearly dominates white's position, and black can play like e5 or maybe knight e7, knight e5. So he found it to be unappealing, and instead he played king c2. I don't think that Sam can keep the pawn on e4 alive, because if he plays something like queen d5, there's going to be most likely knight g3. And this leads to the next question. Does black trade off the pawn on e6? Like, is the pawn on e6 a weakness or not? Because he has the opportunity to do it right now. He can play e5. And after queen takes on e4, yeah, there could be some trades and there could be some mass liquidations, because knight f4 leaves the pawn on g5 defenseless, queen takes on f4, and it's just so dry here. I mean, of course, it can still continue, but it's getting to something really peaceful.
Arthurs and Anna. Okay, we're gonna. This is a fascinating endgame, but we are expecting liquidation, maybe even draw, because I've gotta shift our attention to the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Wei Yi, because some big developments happening right there. We see Arjun thinking, but whilst he's processing, we can see the blue arrow on our screens telling us that white has what is a winning move. Bishop takes pawn. And ironically enough, we're not that far off from where we left it, with Wei Yi going into the tank for a long, long time, and then this big moment. So let's do an action replay on how we got here, and then let's take a look at bishop takes d5.
Absolutely. That was a big miss by Wei Yi. It seems he did take on c5 with the rook, which was a good move. Then he followed up with queen to c6. Everything is looking fine for black, but apparently knight to d7 was a blunder, and it runs into this issue, this very forcing line, the blue arrow appearing, showing knight jump to b3. That's not a move he missed. This is not what Wei Yi missed. The problem for him, I think, is that he missed that after trading everything on c3 and winning the pawn, there is bishop takes d5 at the end of the line, undermining the defense of the c3 rook. So you're sacrificing a bishop, but you would be gaining an entire rook on c3. Easy to miss, because in the starting position, that d5 pawn is very well guarded. And now that's the key to this line. Bishop takes d5. Arthurs, what's going to happen after bishop takes d5? And surely Arjun sees that move, right?
Absolutely, he sees it. And the first reaction I have here, I cannot believe my eyes. Because this, I think, for the highest level is a pretty basic blunder. So if you go back once again to this moment, where was this? 92 here. 92, I mean, white is literally hinting he's going to play knight b3. Like, this is so obvious threat. So he opens up the long diagonal. He tries to apply some pressure here. Knight b3 is a thing. And I just cannot understand, what did Wei Yi miss here? maybe he already thought his position is so bad, and it's not really a blunder. Rook c4 is just a fork. I surely don't believe this was the miss. Bishop takes on c3, b takes on c3 is the most natural move in the world. And again, rook c3, this is what happened in the game. Rook b5 is a very easy c4. This is a pin. The rook is under attack. I just find these lines to be very straightforward. And that's why I find it very hard to believe that what happened here. So bishop takes on d5. Again, you cannot take it. There's rook takes on c3. And if you play queen c7, there's most likely a capture here. It's just a free pawn. Like, to be honest, I'm speechless here. I just do not understand. I try to figure out what could be in Wei's mindset, but at the moment, I'm quite not there.
It was interesting though, because the whole story to all of this is that Wei took ages to play queen to c6. He really went into the tank and then played queen c6. So it also kind of indicated that he wasn't necessarily that comfortable with the position. As Arjun gets and it continues. Misses it.
What?
Oh, hang on. What's happening
We are
here?
speechless.
Wait, this must be tiredness, because, I mean, what is wrong with bishop takes on d5? Are we missing something? Is there some spectacular intermezzo move? Like, there could be room for some, what? I mean, queen takes on d5, rook c3, knight g5? Like, I was thinking about this, but I just cannot seriously believe it's gonna work. Maybe this is somehow working? And let me check actually the engine here. Of course, e4, rook e4. Oh, wait, I think I realize. Maybe both of them, they saw this line and they missed that white has the only move, rook d1. Of course, I mean, it's such a difficult move to find. So probably both of them, they made the same blunder. So they were here. They saw this entire sequence. And Wei probably saw that bishop takes on d5 is not possible because of queen d5, rook takes on c3. He has counterplay with knight g5, knight f3, knight h3. And after e4, he saw rook takes on e4. And now the point is, rook e3 doesn't work because of rook takes on e3. There's a fork. And Arjun trusted, I suppose, his mighty opponent, and he believed in him. But apparently this move, rook d1, it changes things, and apparently here black has nothing because now rook e3 is deciding.
Yeah. No, it had to be that move, yes. It did look very dangerous, but yeah, rook to d1 is something I think that you easily spot once you get to this position. But in calculation, I can see that is actually a very difficult move to find. And I can see why Arjun decided, hang on a second, I can get something very good doing this. Because also on first sight, it looks like rook takes c1, rook takes c1, and the pawn on d5 falls. You have a great bishop. It's an open position. Isn't white just better here without the risk?
Yeah, it does feel like queen d2 achieves a very similar situation with the pawn on d5 being grabbed later. And I fully agree with you guys that now that we've gone into the depth of that variation, if you don't see rook d1 in that key moment, which is a very forcing line, very difficult to see it all the way through, but that was the key. Bishop takes d5 is a move that they both saw, and they thought that black has enough compensation because of rook d1 being missed. This is the move that they both missed, and it's understandable that they both missed it.
Yeah, but I think they should have found it. Like, Arjun had half an hour on the clock, like 30 plus minutes, and clearly this is a critical position. And I would have thought that you want to spend some time here, but maybe there's some factors we don't know. Maybe the obvious factor is that they're tired. I mean, this is quarterfinals. They've been playing in Goa already for several weeks. And they've been prepping and playing and tie breaks and prepping and playing. And this nonstop continues for week after week after week. And it's only normal that people miss things. And still, Yeah, I'm still surprised, and I think also the other factor is that Arjun had an alternative, and this is how it goes psychologically. When we see something else, sometimes it takes away our attention from the larger picture. And if you see, at least I have Queen E2, and I'm getting a really nice position, then maybe he's just not so much into this. But I still stand what I said. I think at this level it should have been found.
Yeah, I agree. But like you said, this is a World Cup where we've seen many a strange thing happen. And I can understand, Arjun going for the path that is less risk because there was, as you mentioned, some danger in the other line. You did have to find the only way out. And here it is like a risk-free attempt at winning. Queen has to move. Queen takes d5 is in the air. You are targeting the knight on d7 and also b7. The bishop is super powerful, and this is very, very pleasant. Also bear in mind that Wei Yi is really burning down the time on the clock, and still many more moves left. Then move 25.
Yes, that will mean a very big time trouble for Wei Yi. But let's switch our gears to the other match that's going still. And I don't know for how long it will go. Actually, no, we are just catching the kings being placed in the middle of the board. It was a draw.
Yeah, maybe we can find out exactly how that game liquidated to a very even queen and knights endgame. As the Yesipenko left there, setting up the pieces. I think this is very good form, actually, to always put back the pieces.
Are you saying that Sam should be sitting there too? Because I feel the same. I think us as chess players, that's the last, that's your duty. Set the pieces back to where they were. This is how that you start, and this is how you should finish the game.
Yeah, this is how it's finished. I mean, I predicted this line. I thought that none of the players can continue, and the last accuracy by the American was the c5, getting rid of the weakness. Maybe there was something else he could have done, but he cannot hold on to the extra pawn. The pawn on g5 is vulnerable. Queen f4 just makes the knight on e2 look pretty weak. So that's why here Yesipenko was like, okay, listen, let's just make it a draw. Let's just hit the tiebreaks and find out who is the better player in actual time controls. And probably both of them are pretty happy about it.
Absolutely. And we are now seeing 2 tiebreaks tomorrow. We have, of course, Yesipenko against Sam Shankland, and also big fight that is going to be happening between Jose Martinez and Yajavokir Sindarov. And that means, going back to our full board view, that we only have the games on the right, the ones that began with d4, d5. They're still in progress. And, well, look at that. We see the evaluation bar on the bottom right telling us that Yakubov is the one that is slowly making those incremental gains. And they have at the top Arjun Erigaisi just pondering how to recapture that pawn on d5. So we have choices aplenty. Where should we go?
Could we go back to Arjun's game and dive a bit deeper into the current position? Since we were analyzing a lot the earlier miss, bishop takes d5, and instead queen d2 was the move that Arjun went for. It still is better for white, but it's not as big of an advantage as bishop takes d5 would have been. So missed opportunity by Arjun Erigaisi. But what we have on the board, Arturs, what do you think is going on right now in terms of Arjun's candidate moves? Is it simply to take on d5 as the one and only move? He is spending a bit of a think here.
Well, he is still the one who is pushing Anna, because this is also what Jovi said before. The Lasko bishop on g2 is a very powerful piece, and I'm not really sure which is the more accurate move. Is it queen takes on d5 or bishop takes on d5? And white has all the chances. I mean, try to get to black's weaknesses at the queen side, and I think also with the pawn on g6, there might be room for, at some point, maybe not immediately, an improvised h4, h5 idea to bother the king a bit. So considering also the clock situation that Yi has only 6 minutes and Arjun has 30 minutes, I would say that here the Indian player has still pretty good chances. By the way, bishop takes on d5 was just played. The idea, I suppose, is to, I don't know, get to the pawn to the knight on d7 somehow. I'm a bit surprised that queen takes on d5 was not played. I thought that's the more obvious move. I mean, it was hitting the knight on d7, the pawn on b7, and I could not immediately work out what's the problem with this move, but apparently bishop d5 is something that their guy is happy about.
Yeah, I was also expecting queen takes d5. Maybe Arjun was just being very practical here and just thinking, you know, the a-pawn needs some protection. So he was anticipating after queen takes d5, knight to f6 would be the response from Wei Yi, and then the pawn on a2 would be up for grabs. And perhaps this one, he felt like the bishop is going to be on g2 anyhow. And, okay, well, rook takes. And still rook takes a7. No, okay, so it's not quite right what I'm saying.
I mean, the line still continues here, Yovi. So white wins a pawn. To be honest, I have a feeling that we might get something like this, because white is so active. It feels that he's going to eat up black's pawns at the queen side at some point, and black will have to, you know, hold very tight. Here, black definitely has a counterplay, but if Arjun could get the queens off the board in a very similar position, let's imagine, poof, the queens are gone, right? I think this is the position where white can play for a very long time, 4 pawns against 3, very powerful bishop, and from a practical point of view, a nightmare to hold for black. But maybe not really relevant because bishop d5, knight f6 was included, bishop g2 is retreated, and Wei Yi still has to lead a rather unpleasant defense.
I agree with all that. Sorry, Joey, for jumping in. I was just going to agree with both of you that this is still quite a fight, and where you will have to defend under serious time pressure. Because if we look at the move number, this is only move 27. He has to make a lot of moves to get to move 40 and gain an extra half an hour. Not an easy task, Joey.
Yeah, not an easy task at all, especially with Arjun's queen, you know, potentially sliding up to b2. The knight is going to get involved. b7 is sensitive. The rook can always post up to c7 if the knight leaves on e6. And there's no risk whatsoever for Arjun here. Now, what I wanted to say is what I'm sensing is that the stakes are so high at the minute that the players are always choosing the path of lower risk. That's why we saw no bishop to d5. We saw instead queen to d2. That's why we're seeing no queen takes d5 being played. Instead, Arjun is going for the solid and safe approach to having a very small advantage.
Very solid and very safe approach, even with where you place the bishop, because he had other squares for the bishop, but bishop to g2 is probably the most safe and sound. I was also checking a bit the f3 square for the bishop, because that's the way you would place the bishop if you want to control the opponent's knight. So I was a bit like, wow, that looks like a pretty move. I don't know if it's that useful here or not, but there were options. And yes, I agree with you that the mindset is go for the safe and sound. Yeah, I think you're right, Artur, that I step into some knight jumps with knight g5. So bishop to g2 is definitely the safest.
Yeah, and rook d8 was just played. Bishop g2 indeed looks very lovely. What I was trying to understand about this position is how unpleasant it is for Wei Yi. I have a feeling it's more difficult than it may seem from like a practical point of view. We see the evaluation bar. It says that black is definitely slightly worse, and even without it, we definitely can tell it. I mean, the slice for bishop on g2 is for sure stronger than one of the black knights, but apart from that, black has like no obvious weaknesses. Okay, maybe the pawn on b7, but practically for black, it could be a bit difficult to rearrange the pieces. Queen b2, very nice move. I love this. It applies pressure against the knight on f6. There is indirect pressure against the pawn on b7. And also notice is that Arjun is pressing on the Chinese player's clock. Like he's playing pretty fast. And now I wouldn't also be really surprised that we might see h4 to be thrown in the mix. Maybe knight e2, knight e4 as well. Try to utilize this long diagonal. The black queen on a6 is kind of disconnected from the game. So at the moment, I like Arjun's chances. But if he wants to make something good, he has to make it, I believe, in the first time control.
Absolutely agree with you. H4 so tempting, and I love your knight d2, knight to e4 idea because it also comes with tempo. The b7 pawn, you know, once you go knight to d2 is under fire, and it is going to be asking all of the pressing questions to Wei Yi, who doesn't have, as Anna mentioned, too much time on the clock. There is some counterplay, though, that white has to be careful. I mean, you can't just jump in, for instance, with your knight to c5 because you have to worry about the back rank. So that's why I'm also thinking that h4 may be the move that Arjun goes for.
I love h4. I always want to play h4 ever since AlphaZero played those h4 pawn pushes. Not that it was invented by AlphaZero, but I think AlphaZero just convinced us even more that that's always a good idea to push Harry the h-pawn. Arthurs, what are your thoughts on those pawn pushes, especially when it comes to h4, h5, or from Black's perspective, the same pawn push?
Well, since I'm a chess coach as well, like this is one of the things I typically would explain to my students. When you have a positional advantage, you want to have the so-called checkmate as a bonus. Yeah. So what does it mean? It means that you are pressing positionally, but you throw in the mix also some ideas, some attack perspectives against the black king. Like even maybe it's not a real thing. Like for example, this 92, 94, what's it threatening? There's no checkmate, but you also include h4, h5, h6, and suddenly black is starting to see all kinds of ghosts. And I've noticed this from my practical experiences that it makes a very powerful combination. That being said, I think that Wei Yi would love to trade the queens. Somehow he would love to do that. But I think it's easier said than done. And I still believe that we are going for this some kind of an endgame, unless something dramatically is going to change, that we might see because of Arjun's activity, Wei Yi is going to get the queens off the board, but it's going to cost him a queenside pawn. So once again, let's say queens are off the board, a pawn traded for both queenside pawns, white has some advantage. But according to our dearest friend Stockfish, it says it's not enough, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no, I am also seeing an endgame as well. I think Wei Yi will be feeling relatively happy if he manages to swap the knight for the bishop. So say, for instance, allow some kind of bishop takes b7, but in return, he will trade off that set of minor pieces and get active with his rook. Because there's so many terrifying possibilities, I think, for black. You know, if the queens come off, you know, if a bishop posts itself up to d5 and that bishop manages to get supported by a pawn on e4, okay, there's still some work to get those queens off the board. But I like this h4. Just make some room for the king and then just start to slowly improve the pieces.
I agree with you guys that this is going to be still quite the task, and especially under the time pressure. So there's the pressure of the position, there's the pressure of the clock, and there's the pressure of the match situation, that this is the quarterfinals of a World Cup where you might be going home if you make one single mistake or an inaccurate move, and the tickets to the candidates is ever closer. The players making it to the semifinals have a 75% chance to qualify to the candidates tournament. There's just so many factors that make this game even more complicated and even harder, even more nerve-wracking for the players. Arthurs, what are your thoughts on Wei Yi, and is he gonna be able to defend even with all that pressure on him? Time, position, the match, the World Cup. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it's a bit too early to tell, and we need to see first time control, how it's going to finish. Then it's going to be much clearer. I'm still obviously picking Arjun's chances, and I would like to maybe make a couple of moves to figure out what potentially Arigaiso is thinking about here. So we're going to start perhaps with this move h4. Like, it's a very practical move, like thinking about this h5, and black could be a bit nervous about it. So I'm pretty sure that here the Chinese Grandmaster is going to respond with h5. So here, let's throw 92 in the mix. Now the pawn is under attack on b7, and black could play something like knight d6. I think it's a reasonable idea. It kind of weakens the f6 square, which makes me a bit nervous, but it protects the pawn on b7. There's knight e4, also a thing. And now that I'm looking at this, there could be a room for some queen f6. Could be something like this. And after queen f6, if black accepts the pawn on a2, white could go for some, I don't know, some inspired attack. I was looking for some knight f3, knight e5, but I already see it's not working because knight f3, there's a queen takes on f2 and knight e4 check, so it doesn't work. Something like this. And yeah, so knight e6, I think h4, h5, knight e2, Arjun is somewhere here, and then we'll see.
We don't actually need to speculate too much longer because knight to d2 was the move played by Arjun. So with the idea of transferring that knight to e4. And I wanted to also point out that your instincts are very dangerous, because I was going to say, if white gets a queen to f6, that is the dream square for the queen. And talking about dream squares, queen to e2. Now, that was a move that we didn't have on our agenda, but it makes total sense. How is Arjun going to unravel from the pin? I guess he has to go knight to c4 and offer up a trade of queens.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, that black would love to trade queens. So queen e2 is a very smart move, activates the black queen. And if you want to get rid of that queen, then you accept the fact that this will be an endgame without the queens on the board. And without queens, there's less danger for the black king. So all those ideas with h4, h5, targeting the king as a bonus will be at least a lot less harmful for Wei Yi's position. I love queen e2 for the fact that, yes, this is an active way of dealing with how the queen was really not well placed on a6. It is pinning the knight on d2, putting pressure on that knight and forcing Arjun to either trade queens, or if he doesn't want to trade, he will have to play rook c2.
I think also the question here is, did Arjun miss this? Because I'm trying to have a read on his body language. I did not see this move, to be honest. I completely didn't see it. I was so focused on the idea of playing knight e4 and hitting the pawn on b7. Somehow this queen e2 evaded my radar. And I think that if queen trade happens, of course, Wei Yi is very happy about it. And I don't think that Arjun wanted to do this. He does not want to trade queens. And does he want to play rook c2? Because now suddenly White's position is losing a bit of coordination. I'm not sure I like this because I'm seeing there could be some check on the one. So one of White's pieces already has to retract. Maybe bishop f1. Yeah, but this bishop on g2 is so lovely. Do you play knight f1? Black could play knight d6. And look at this, how suddenly the position has changed. Black is getting really active. White is not thinking about the knight e2, knight e4 idea anymore. So to be honest with me, it looks like Arjun simply missed it. And he's thinking, what should I do?
Yeah. But rook to c2 is actually a very Arjun move. Okay, yes, you signal the retreat a little bit by posting up a knight to f1, but he still has the idea of beating back the black forces. So, if a queen posts up to e1, you can just chase it around the board. And also, white isn't without ideas of going rook to d2 at the right time as well, if black allows a pin. But I agree. I don't think we're going to be seeing knight to c4 unless absolutely forced.
And unless Arjun considers this too risky. If he starts seeing perhaps ghosts, that could be the case too in a match situation like this with so much at stake. If he is not 100% sure that rook c2 is bulletproof, then he's not taking too much of a chance here. He might end up playing knight c4 and choose the safer path. But I like rook c2. I think now that, of course, we are the ones sitting here with the evaluation bar helping us and approving the moves, if you know that it's the good move, if you know that it's the right continuation, of course you'll go for it. But that's not something that the players will be sure of, especially not with all the nerves and the stress of this match situation. Well, you can be knocked out today.
Right, and talking about being knocked out today, sorry to jump in there, but I also feel like we should pay some attention to the game between Alexander Donchenko and Nordebek Yakubov, because Alexander is in a must-win situation and his position is not looking promising at all. We see some changes. Maybe we can just do a very quick action replay and get to this position, because bishop takes f3 is the next move from black.
Yeah, let's do it. Maybe let's start with the moose rook f2. That's the last moment we saw it. And while we are coming the other games, I had a quick glimpse on this game, and I thought that actually Donchenko has made some sort of a progress here. Where was this? Bishop d1. And I thought that at least there's no danger for him. Black's counterplay at the queen side against the pawn on b2 is at least no longer there. But I suppose knight c4 is just such a serious threat to target the pawn on e3. Apparently, Donchenko had nothing better than to go here. There comes b5. Finally, black plays this common idea to anchor the knight on c4. Bishop goes back, rook c1, bishop c4, bishop b1, bishop e2, and here Donchenko tries to keep the game going. He decided to take on c6, king d7. He is losing the pawn on f3, and with it a great deal of control of the surrounding squares. But what is important is the time management, because Nordebek is down to the last 3 minutes with 4 moves to make.
With 4 moves to make, indeed, and the position simplifying. Now we see a couple of moves more. The bishop went to d3 to target the b5 pawn. So Yakuboyev deciding to go for a very forcing line, not continuing with that positional lock that he had on the endgame, but gives up the c pawn in order to trade it for the f pawn, open up everything, and everything becomes a lot more concrete with both black pawns are falling as well as the white pawns, because black is in a way threatening and can at some point take the knight on g2 to capture the pawn on e3 if he wants to. So once we have the bishop on f3, if we catch up with the current position, bishop takes f3, bishop to d3, one of the main questions that Yakuboyev will be evaluating with the 2 minutes that he has left on the clock is whether to trade the bishop for the knight.
Yeah.
Artus, what are your thoughts on that? Sorry, I forgot that I did not finish my thought, but I do want to know your opinion.
Yeah, I'm all for it. It's still a bit tricky situation for Nordebek because it's not so clear anymore. Bishop takes on f3, bishop d3 was played, and the only move is rook c8. And this move might be invisible because the pawn on b5 is hit. So your brain says, I gotta protect the pawn. And the point is after rook c8, let me put it on the board. Rook c8, you cannot take on b5, which is a very easy tactic, of course. There's a simple rook c2, pinning the knight on g2. But again, Ali, you have to see this with only 19 seconds on the clock. So for Yakuboyev, this is the defining moment. Essentially, I think that if he is going to survive to the next time control or not make any big mistakes, he is going to make it to the semifinals. Otherwise, this is Donchenko's best chance right here.
It certainly is, because bishop takes b5 would be inviting a whole lot of counterplay. I mean, I'm thinking of bishop takes knight, then you have an imbalanced situation where I think Donchenko will be very, very happy, but rook to c8 will firmly shut the door. And Nordebek just 32 seconds there on move 37, and he has to make a decision. He's gonna
instead of playing rook to c8, not a blunder, but it does not give any further advantage to black, and white is still in the game. White will now take the b5 pawn so that the material is equalized. Bishop takes b5 check. it's either going to be a rook endgame or black could go to e6 with the king to guard the d5 pawn. I think that's the choice he will prefer.
I love the choice. It's a great pragmatic choice because the rook game seems to be quite safe for him. And also it allows him to make a couple of easy moves. I'm pretty sure here we are going to see knight takes on b5. I don't see why he would be... I see actually him shaking the hand. He's unhappy about something. I'm not sure what he's unhappy about. Just take on b5, rook b5, king c6. Your rook on the third rank is so active. Of course, I mean, Donchenko is going to keep pressing, but I think that from a practical point of view, Norderbeck made the right choice.
Well, he's making some good choices. The clock is ticking down, and there's another choice on the board one more time. King to e6 would keep control over the d5 square, or it's also going into a rook and pawn endgame. The rook is pretty active on e3, so that should be enough to secure some kind of counterplay, and the rook can start attacking the vulnerable pawns on d4 and b2. But it is decision time. Oh, he goes for moving the king. So this is not wrong, but it is allowing Donchenko some hope, perhaps, because he's thinking a bishop and rook work exceptionally well together, have ideas of taking on a4, perhaps moving the bishop up to c6.
Yeah, and that's what Yakubayev had to evaluate with no time on the clock. He made this decision with 8 seconds left to allow bishop to c6, and the d5 pawn will fall. Donchenko is still in the game. I agree with both of you that the rook game seemed simpler and easier when you only need a draw. So he's allowing bishop c6, and he needs to be very accurate after to not get into a worse position. What's the follow-up after bishop c6, Arthurs? How does black play? Is it knight e4? What are the main moves here to continue?
Yeah, like I'm a bit surprised about knight e6. I also thought that the rook game is a bit easier. We might still get it. And here, Yakubov needs to make a pretty big decision. Like, is he grabbing the pawn on b2? Or is he playing knight e4? I'm not sure. Like, I think both of these moves are perfectly playable. For example, rook e2 check, king f3, and rook takes on b2, bishop takes on d5. White seems to be slightly better here. So I think it's just unnecessary complication. And the other move perhaps is this move knight e4. Bishop takes on d5. I think it could be included. King d6. And how is this rook endgame easier from that endgame? Now, that's what I slightly do not understand, because white has just an extra pawn for the moment. So I think
just wanted to
that,
point out that he stood up and he hasn't completed move 40. I hope that he knows that he still needs to make one more move, because this, from what I see, is move 39 after king e6. He still has to play one more move to get an extra half an hour. And with 38 seconds on the clock, you usually don't walk away from your board.
Wow. I sure hope that his score sheet has all the moves written, because I've seen some examples like this happening before, but this is definitely not the moment when you get up. Maybe he's just so nervous, he's walking somewhere. By the way, another game finished.
Yeah, and it was a draw between Arjun Erigaisi against Wei Yi. We'll show you exactly what went on just as we get over through the time trouble stage of the other one. So we'll break down absolutely everything. But these two are going to be headed to tie breaks. So far, 3 matches headed into tie breaks. Is going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. You don't want to be missing that one. But the question on everyone's lips is, this is Donchenko close to saving this match. He's in a must-win scenario. He's just thinking about bishop to c6. That seems to be the most pressing move, but he does have a choice. He can also play bishop takes a4, but bishop c6 seems to be the more dangerous move. And then the danger is all for Norderbeck, as he has to assess with just 39 seconds on the clock whether he should throw in a check, whether he should jump in with a knight. And the tension is getting too much for Norderbeck, as he's not on the board. He is standing. There's so much at stake, guys, here for both players.
I wonder if we have a bird's eye view of the playing hole. I would love to see how far he is from the board, because he surely is very nervous. That's why he stood up, but he needs to be close enough to make a move within the next 30 seconds.
Where is he?
He's just
Oh
making
my
that-
goodness, where is
sitting
he?
down.
Oh, there he is. Oh, Jesus.
Wow. 22 seconds left. He calmly sits down and writes down the move.
And he's
That
going for the
man
knight.
can steal nerves. Unbelievable. Just to walk when you have to make one move to be very close to the semifinals and just have a casual walk. Such a power flex. Unbelievable.
And with that knight jumping into e4, it was very cool. The two have completed move 40 and we can take a breather. And Artis, I'd like you to show exactly what happened in the game between Arjun and Wei Yi, because when we left it, there was a little bit of pressure for Arjun, but how did the game finish so quickly?
Yeah, it actually wrapped up very quickly the last time we checked it. So here, after 92, Queen E2 was played, pinning the knight on D2 and Queen on B2. So Rook C2 was continued, Queen D1 check, Knight F1, B6, and here Arjun basically decided, okay, whatever. Let's just call it today. Play Rook D2 because this is move 32, and everything just pretty much disappears, maybe takes. This did not happen in the game, but it could have as well happened, and there's not much for white to fight for. So I think it pretty much confirms that Eric Gaisei missed. He missed twice in this game, and he's going to be very sad to hear, once again, if we go back to this critical phase of the game, when he's going to know that after bishop takes on d5, queen takes on d5, rook c3, knight g5, e4, that he missed it, and his opponent missed this critical move, rook d1. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the case. Rook d1 was a sneaky move to be missed, and yeah, somehow it evaded his radar. And in the end, also the other move, queen e2. And when you miss move for a second time in a row, you know you have to call it a day.
Yep, and very interesting discussions going on. And for this game, there is so much at stake. Everything is on the line. And talking about twists and turns, we've seen a fair few at the World Cup. Well, how about chess with a twist your engine can't prep for? Annie Chess takes the classic game and flips the script with spell mechanics that let you bend the rules and break your opponent's plans. You've got 11 spells to master, tournaments to enter, and leaderboards to climb. Whether you're a novice or a grandmaster, this is your arena. Always free to play, so go to go.chess.com/AnnieChess or use !AnnieChess in chat. And with absolutely everything on the line here for Donchenko and Yakuboev, we're going to find out when we return from this break whether Donchenko will get that must win to equalize the match and take it to tiebreaks, or would it be Yakuboev who, with a draw, manages to coast through to the semi-finals? Well, join us in a few minutes and we'll find out.
Generally, education itself is, I think, one of the nicest thing in our everyday life and for humans. At the same time, obviously, it's very difficult and very challenging because my parents are teachers, so for them it was their work also. So they made an experiment, as my father used to say, that he believed that with a lot of work, with dedication, with focusing, specializing, it means that that's the way for happiness and being successful. At the same time, of course, everyone has to understand that it depends who you are as a parent. First of all, you have to be very much be supportive of each other, the husband and wife. And after that, if you're on the same page all the time, not today, tomorrow, but every week, 365 days a year, and for decades, that's already a good start. support, and then you can go from there to support in a special way, like unusual way of making them growing up, and focusing on supporting to be for them a sport person, being a chess player, being a mathematician, being whatever, but really focusing on that. I think if the parents have that dedication, that they are ready to give up their own job, their own holidays, their own ambitions, then of course it's a beautiful job, I think, or it can be being supportive on a sport child, let's say. Because whether you're making chess or swimming or any specific sport or area, it means that you're giving up your weekends, you're giving up many of your time because the kid has to be going there. And it means that you transform yourself supporting. I mean, it's not only my case, but also you see the Indian kids, for example, with the world champion Gukesh. His father is there all the time. Or Magnus Carlsen, his family was always there behind him from a very young age. So I would say that for parents who think that this is easy, it's not easy, but it's a very special lifestyle for them as well. And if they understand that, then it can be a beautiful journey.
I'm a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM, so I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Arjun! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
White to play and win.
Okay. So first I'm trying to figure out which piece should kind of deliver mate. Because for now I see the problem that if we try to go for mate directly, there's some king g6 options. But I have the feeling that we will see some, I don't know, f5, h5, both rooks on f5 and h5, and then some good move. Let's say some g4, knight, g7, and then there is no way to avoid mates.
Correct.
But
you're on to the solution.
But need to find the move order for this. So, I mean, first thing I thought about was knight e8, but then after g8, okay, I have knight g7, bishop f5, mate, so I guess we go king g6, I go f5, rook f5, h5, rook h5, need to be sure, and then knight g7, and then bishop f5 and g4.
So we start with h5, yeah.
Here?
Yeah, king g6.
Yeah, okay, that's, sorry. Yeah, because f5, rook f5, h5, there's king h5. And then I cannot go knight g7 because of king g4, and bishop f5, there's g4. Okay. Yes.
Very good. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's very nice actually.
Amazing. Good job.
Well done.
Starting battle.
Welcome back to AnyChess. AnyChess is modernizing chess by infusing the timeless game with an innovative spell mechanic. Players can compete against each other, participate in tournaments, and craft their own spells to battle and climb the ranks. All classical chess rules apply, but can be overridden by spell mechanics.
Invisible march. A strategic
The knight on h6 used shot in the dark, moving it invisibly for one turn. And meanwhile, White used House Recruit to spawn a pawn.
Clear the ground with a single bound.
White uses Bishop 2.0, launching the bishop over a pawn to capture.
Invisible march. Strategic arch.
Shot in the dark allows Black to win by Kingsley. Push your chess limits. Try spell chess in the AnyChess Open Alpha.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second game of the quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup. And there on our screens, that image says it all. One game remaining. But for Alexander Donchenko with the white pieces, he has everything on the line. He must win this one if he wants to equalize the match and take it to tie breaks. If he doesn't, that's it. He goes home. It's a rook and pawn endgame on our screens, and well, I'm very lucky to have Anna and Arturs to break down the action. What is actually happening, and does Donchenko have a chance of actually squeezing this one out for a win?
He certainly will try because he's in a must-win situation. Draw or loss, he's going home. He can only make it to the tie breaks if he somehow wins this rook end game, where at the moment he's up a pawn. So that's something. He's got an extra pawn. Unfortunately for White, the black rook is really active on the third rank. It's about to pick up the b2 pawn with a check on the second rank. The black king is also very active. So even though White has a passed pawn, that d passed pawn is not really problematic for Black because the king is perfectly placed on d6. And Black also has a passed pawn on e4. Arturs, you are playing this with the white pieces and you're in a must-win situation. What would be some of the practical ways in which you can try, even if the computer says this is equal, there's not much to play for, but you need to try? How do you try?
First thing, Anna, what I would do, I would burn here half an hour because I would research every single possibility there is, because I'm looking at this position and I try to understand what's going on. First thing I see, of course, as you already noticed, there's an extra pawn, and I'm not really sure if this was the best choice that Yakuboyev could have done. Fine, what's done is done. Then the second thing I'm noticing is that Donchenko can potentially go after 3 pawns. So he can go after the pawn on a4, he can go after the pawn on h6, or maybe also include rook f5 in the mix. And I think they have a common problem. Black pretty much always, after every move you're going to throw at him, he's going to play rook e2, drop one of those pawns, and seek the counterplay with e3. So let me maybe show you one of the lines that potentially Donchenko is thinking about. Let's say rook a5 is a move. I'm not really sure which is the right move order. Do you go after the a pawn? Do you go for the h pawn? Is it the other way around? Maybe it doesn't matter. So Black could go here, rook e2 check, king h3, and think about some counterplay with e3, something like this. And I'm not really sure if White has the time to eat all of those pawns, because Black could suddenly activate the pieces, play king d5, maybe eat the pawn, play king e4, king d3, remove the rook, play e2. And somehow this leaves a pretty weird impression that White's 2 extra pawns don't really matter. The pawn on e3 is really what matters. And that's why I believe is that Donchenko is going to spend here like half an hour or 20 minutes, and he's going to think about everything possible here. And ultimately, he's going to have to settle for something. And I suppose this rook e2 and e3 idea, Yovi, is what makes him really worried.
Yeah, it's certainly very worrying because it's always the quality of pawns rather than the quantity. And the pawn on e4, it is being kept under lock and key for now, only by the king on g2. So I'm expecting actually that he's given serious consideration to moves like rook to e5. And I wanted to mention there is one other plan that's in the air, and that is to actually just go for the race immediately. And it's actually not to go rook to e5, although that is definitely a candidate move, but to go g4. I just wanted to initiate that one. And also at the same time, it has the advantage that once the rook comes to e2, you don't have to go to the edge of the board. And you can keep a watchful eye over the e-pawn. And then, you know, there are possibilities of actually just heading straight for the h-pawn, maybe trying to bulldoze your way directly, because don't forget there's always ideas of going g5 and then running with the h-pawn as quickly as possible. So I agree with you. I think there's going to be a whole lot of calculation being used here by Donchenko, and he's going to be going for the path that is the most practical, well, poses the most practical problems for Black. And we can see from our featured chat that Donchenko, he's won the hearts of many fans, you know, after an epic performance.
He has had such a tremendous tournament. Of course, everyone in the quarterfinals is very much deserved to be there. And for Donchenko, he took down Anish Giri. He took down Matthias Bluebaum, the top two players from the FIDE Grand Swiss. He earned his place in the quarterfinals, and he somehow miraculously needs to win this game to stay in the competition. I like your idea with G4. I like that then the king can step up to the third rank, go to F4, try to put pressure on that e-pawn that way, and also push on the king side later to create a pass pawn that could be a good practical chance at least to pose some questions to your opponent and test Yakuboyev on continuing to make precise moves. Because one slight mistake, one inaccuracy could cost the game to either of these players. But for Yakuboyev, he only needs a draw. He has won yesterday, and he here is playing this rook endgame, needing only half a point.
I agree with both of you. I think that g4, king g3, visually it looks correct, but also it wastes one tempi. And like, I think that if Donchenko is going to find nothing, he's going to go for this, because like, you want to keep the king closer to the passed pawn. But first and foremost, he wants to explore all of these opportunities, like grab the h-pawn or the a-pawn. And maybe it makes sense to go a bit more concrete. Like, as you can see, the engine says everything is totally the same, like either g4, rook a5, or rook h5. But my priorities probably would be going after the h-pawn, because then at least I can generate some counterplay here with this h-pawn. So let's say, once again, rook e2 check, king h3, e3, rook takes on h6, king d5, and maybe I would be somewhere here, like trying to understand, can I do this? Because now at least I have my trumps. And do I get to the pawn? No, probably I do not. Yeah, rook f2, e2. So ultimately, maybe at the end of the day, there's not much that Donchenko can do, but that's why he has plenty of time. By the way, what we're seeing on a clock, 8 minutes and 40 seconds, this is not yet the added time. They will get extra 30 minutes after the time will expire.
Yeah, they will be getting that additional time, and that's something that Donchenko will be enjoying. But it is, as we've highlighted, a very tricky scenario for Donchenko. We've seen that actually going for the a-pawn, going for the h-pawn simply is a misstep in some ways, because it does allow the king to assist in the promotion of the e-pawn. So Donchenko perhaps maybe thinks maybe he can kind of be a little bit brave here and go rook to e5, now that I think of it, because a lot of the problems kind of occurred because of this e-pawn. And once f6 happens, yeah, the problem is rook to e8 is going to be met with king to d7. I mean, is that something Is that something that is a problem, or king to d5 isn't?
I was even thinking about king d5, to be honest, Yovi.
Mm-hmm.
And it suddenly looks scary how active the black pieces are in the king. If you start giving checks, that king will infiltrate through c4 to d3 and support the passed pawn.
Yeah. Maybe we can try to predict some scenarios, realistic scenarios, where black can misplay things, because, like, according to the evaluation bar, everything is dead equal. What could be the most realistic thing where Donchenko can make a progress? So rook h5, rook h6, there's always king d5, king d4. Rook a5, rook a4, it's the same. So maybe let's go back to this g4. G4, rook e2 check, king g3, rook takes on b2. This is a problem, I think, at least. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not a problem, because I can always get the king very close. Maybe I can now go after the pawns somehow, like this.
Then rook b3.
Yeah. Oh, I lost the game somehow. Look at that. It's easier to lose with white, apparently, than with black.
And if you change the mover, there are turns that we go king f4 before attacking any of the pawns, so you step out of the check, and then we see, so we attack the e4 pawn and we step out of that check, or would it be the same?
Actually, this looks very interesting, Anna. Maybe you're right. And after rook takes on a3, we go here. This is something. I mean, according to Stockfish, it's nothing, but I think for us human beings, this is something. So white keeps the pawn. He wants to take on h6, and maybe black is going to go for like this. And we take it, and king d7, and king d5, and a3, and this could be a highly interesting theoretical endgame. Now, I wouldn't jump as far and say it's a dead draw. I've seen so many games that are equalish, and they somehow end winning anyway. So what was it? Once again, I think this is very realistic shot. By the way, it starts with your ideas, by the way, g4, rook e2 check, king g3, take it. Then Anna suggested king f4, rook b3, king e4, eliminate the e pawn, and then go after this pawn.
Yes.
We might see this, and he has been thinking already for 22 minutes. By the way, he's down to his final 4 minutes, Alexander Donchenko. He's clearly going into the very depths of this rook endgame, and he has to. He's in a must-win situation. He needs to find the best practical chance. Is he going to go g4? He is. He's pushing g4. Okay, this is a practical chance for the German Grandmaster to make it back in this match. Jovi, what are your thoughts? And is he gonna be fine with the remaining time on the clock, 3.5 minutes?
I think I think that we're gonna wait for the clocks to tick and get down to the 0, and then they can get their 30 minutes bonus time. But yeah, he has spent a long time, and we saw a very realistic chance that black may rush and go rook to e2. But there is, as Altis is highlighting, rook to b3, which has the whole idea of going for the b2 pawn, but cutting off the king at the same time.
Yeah.
By the way, the time, I was just looking at the time, and I'm puzzled if he already had gotten the half an hour and then spent it, or is it just on our screen that he hasn't gotten it? I would have thought that he already got the time, and now he is left with the time ticking, 2.5 minutes. No,
no, I don't think they got it, because we are briefed in a tactical meeting that they get extra half an hour after the time expires. So they're like 2 sets of digital clocks. To be honest, this is something that really puzzles me. I do not understand why there cannot be a unified standard when playing over the board chess. So they're the types of clocks that immediately add the time after you reach the next time control. I believe there's a move counter installed, so that the system immediately knows that you made it. And then there's other types of digital clocks that do not know that. They do not have a counter installed. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there are cheaper versions, I don't know. And then you basically have to the time to expire to get extra time. So, by the way, Yovi, which one do you prefer yourself?
The first one, it's so much easier just to get that added time as soon as you've reached move 40. I know so many stories. It's quite embarrassing, but especially when the arbiters point out there are ways to tell which time control you're at. But I've had so many stories where people didn't know that they had extra time, or like Anna, they were unsure whether they'd been given that extra time. And so I remember one of my students, it happened to him, he thought he had 1 minute left. And so he was like, I'm not sure that the time has been added. And so he played the rest of the moves with 1 minute left on his clock. And I think he delivered checkmate with like 10 seconds left. And he was like, whew. And then, everyone said to him, why were you rushing? You could have just waited for the clock to tick down and you would have been given an extra hour. And he was like, oh, okay, well, whoops, you live and learn. But there is actually a little hack that the arbiters have told me that you can look on the clock. I don't know if we have the possibility to zoom in the clocks, and it can tell you what time control you're at. So it should say number 2, and then okay, well, I need my clock to tick down, and I will get that extra half hour.
I'm learning a lot here because I'm so retired. I'm used to the time being added. I didn't even realize that it's not a universal system. Like, it made sense in my head that that's how we want a universal system. But no, of course, in chess, why would we? Why would we always use the same kind of format, right? To make it simpler, easier. So luckily, that means Donchenko has more time than what we see on the clock. He has half an hour more than that. And we're zooming in. Okay, now we see it. We see it being added to the clock. Okay, this is how much time they actually have. That's for the remaining game. That's it.
But we do not see the final details, right? But anyway, I already know the tournament, the clock system, as we were briefed that extra time has been added, and that's it. By the way, there's no more time coming. We had an incident in round 1. I believe one of the grandmasters had forfeited on time, playing a rook versus rook and bishop, where he thought that there's going to be extra time after move 60, which we thought was a bit weird because everybody was strongly encouraged to visit a technical meeting. You would get the information on all the possible things you could think about, like the tournament time control, the starting times of the games, the tie breaks. You could ask the questions, etc. But there's always somebody who misses it. Yeah.
That somebody being me. I hold my head up and I say, yes, I have always missed the technical meeting. It's just like, why do I have to attend, and it has come back to bite me because, for instance, like another classic Yovi tale, I did not know, because before there was the FIDE Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man, there was a big Isle of Man Open, and I did not know that they had 3 time controls. I never knew that. And then when I found out that they had, I was like, oh, is this a new thing? No. They said, we've always played at this very slow time control. I was like, wow. If I had only read the rules. And yeah, you're right. You can save yourself some points by knowing the details. And knowing the details, that's exactly what both these players are going to be doing. They'll be using some kind of previous endgame knowledge to kind of look for the signpost, which way to go. They'll be using the principles of teamwork. And this is why rook to b3 was chosen as opposed to rook to e2, which drove the white king forward to where it wanted to go. And now the position, it falls back to white, and white has to think about how exactly to pose more problems. Are you going to go rook to h5, start attacking the h-pawn? Are you going to slide over with the king? It's a little bit limited as to what white can actually do, though.
Yes, and it's very smart, the move that Jakuboja has chosen, rook to b3, to keep the king caught on the 3rd rank and not allow the idea that we were finally celebrating that there's a chance, there's a practical chance for white to push in this rook endgame. This rook move unfortunately kills those chances. Of course, Donchenko is still going for it. He's going to approach the e-pawn with his king. That's what he's doing. But this is not exactly the same promising scenario. Arturs, let's put it on the board on what's going to happen after the captures.
Yeah, I think the capture, Anna, indeed is going to happen here. I mean, unless black has some useful move, but I think it's just good to take it. Rook takes on b2, king e3, And I think that what Donchenko is hoping for is to get something very similar to this. Like, let's say rook b3 check, king takes on e4, rook takes on a3, and rook h5. So he gets to the pawn on h6. Okay, in the process, he did lose. I think he lost a tempi. Maybe he did not lose a tempi. I'm not really sure. Perhaps it's the same position. But I have a feeling that Yakuboyev has something cleaner here. And after king e3, I would be a bit worried about the move rook g2. So the point is, if you take on e4, I'm going to take on g4. If you play g5, fine, happy, I'm going to trade it. And maybe here Donchenko is hoping for some king f4. Try to make it as complicated as possible. But I immediately, of course, I see the drawbacks. There's e3. Maybe there's rook e5. And the game continues.
Yep, the game certainly continues. Yeah, because the e2 pawn, then you can drop back the king. And it is looking like everything is a little bit under control. Rook will take on h4. And this should be good enough for black.
It does feel like this is where the game is heading. I think we might be predicting how this game will continue because it seems to be the most promising way. And for black, all the moves that Arthurs is drawing with the arrows, the king coming to d5, pawn push to h5, simplify the position as much as possible. I think we are likely to see this rook g2. How smart! That's I think a very instructive move because it's so tempting to give a check and pick up the a3 pawn. But here the problem for black, it's not about the queen side. What's happening is this e4 pawn dropping and then rook h5 picking up the h6 pawn. So rook g2 prevents those ideas to some extent. You are getting rid of the g4 pawn of white. At least that's the idea, to attack that pawn before your h6 pawn disappears.
Which also begs the question, Anna, if king f4 is met by e3 and this pawn serves as a serious distraction, what else can Donchenko do? So maybe he can still go there here. Rook takes on g4, takes, king d5. That's kind of a big threat. Check. I don't know. Do you go forward or not? I mean, two disconnected pass pawns seems to be risky. Maybe go back.
But it's very tempting to go forward, though. I think actually going forward would be somewhere where things get very risky. King to b3, and then rook will go to h4 and just argue that the d pawn can't advance.
Yeah, and that you would pick up the a pawn with the king and also create a pass pawn there for black. This will take, of course, some serious calculation from the players. You don't just enter in this line and hope for the best. This is a very concrete line and takes quite an in-depth analysis before you would even attempt to do this. It seems to be, to some extent, forcing if Yakuboyev takes on b2, but he hasn't made that decision yet. So what else he might be considering if not rook takes b2? Is there any other way he can improve his position and wait on the third rank?
I do not think so, because Donchenko's threat next move is rook h5, unless he has some way to stand and do nothing. I think that Anna, he's a bit deeper in that line. Like he's here. Rook b2. Once again, let's put it on the board. Rook b2, king e3. I think he's going to discard rook b3. I don't think he's going to go there. So he's going to go rook g2, and he's just trying to understand king f4, e3, all of these lines. If white plays rook h5, rook g4, rook h6, king, somewhere here. He's somewhere here. So what you want to do, you want to make absolutely sure you're making the right choice. So he has plenty of time. He has 20 minutes on the clock. And Norbek feels that this is clearly the critical moment of the game. I don't think he feels threatened or anything. So he's just trying to make sure that he gets it right. And I think that for Donchenko, he needs some help, major help from the opponent. Like, he would be incredibly happy to go for this. So rook b2, king e3, rook b3, king e4, rook a3. He will be so happy at least to try this. And that's why Yakuboyev is just there to make sure it never happens.
I completely agree, but we should kind of play out the danger of going into that particular line with black, because rook and pawn endgames are super tricky, and that's the only path that we've seen where it does look promising for white. So if we can kind of head to and show why rook takes a3 isn't necessarily what black wants to be doing.
Yeah, we could definitely go back to this line. It's very instructive why this is not the best approach, and just play out some of these moves and show the danger, because the computer will still say 000. The engine doesn't care, but for a human being, this is progress. Extra pawn for white, as it has been the story, but now there's, after king to d7, you can go wrong and see the bar shooting all the way up. How accurate you need to play as black. Going to d7 apparently was a mistake because of what Arthurs is showing here, that the white rook is going to go behind the a pass pawn of black, and then you start pushing your pass pawns. You have an h pass pawn and you have a d pass pawn. Who's going to stop both pawns now that the white king is on d5?
Yeah, that's why I'm pretty sure that this is something that Yakuboyev doesn't want to do. And luckily for him, there is a cleaner continuation. So king d7, according to an engine, it's winning for white. And I just wanted to show you one scenario, 1 out of 100, where Yakuboyev can go wrong, but I don't think he's going to do it, even here. Apparently, king e7 is a draw, and king d7 is losing, and king c7 is still a draw. Not really sure what's the big difference here. Maybe I can just put it on the board. King d7, king d5, a3, rook a6, a2, h5. And why this is suddenly a draw? Because of king f8. Okay, good luck finding this. So...
But the king c7 was a mystery to me. That one, the only reason I can think of it being a draw is because it's just maybe in a situation where if you go rook a6, the king will go to b7 and start harassing the rook. That's the...
Yeah, that's quite the stretch. It makes a lot more human sense to go toward the king side and try to catch the h-pawn. This looks still very scary for black. I don't think that Yakuboyev will want to head to the queen side with his king, even if the computer still defends that position too.
Yeah. So I think we already figured it out. And by the way, I just saw the engine fully confirms our suspicions. So after king e3, engine says everything is a draw. Engine says rook g2 is a draw, rook b3 is a draw, even rook b1, which remotely makes no sense at all, is a draw. But this is the cleanest. So rook g2, king f4, engine again here throws a couple of moves, rook g1, rook e2, f6, but I think e3, rook e5, e2. Okay, maybe here actually you can still continue with something like h5. Just a second. How about this? So h5, you protect the pawn against rook h2. Maybe it's not that simple. f6, rook e8, king d5, king f3. I know I'm showing those lines very quickly. I'm showing the engine's continuation, and you cannot take king g3 here, rook e2. But hang on.
Rook b1.
There's still a game. It's still a game.
Rook b1.
And I go here, and here, and here.
Rook b3, and then we have a race, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah. Okay, it's a race where the king can catch the h-pawn, but and also the rook can also dance over there. But okay, we're here for some fun. Also, can we just go back and see exactly where this one transpired? Because I also saw another possibility, which may provoke Yakuboyev to be a little bit uncertain. So if we rewind even more, it was the... Yeah, so it was this line. So I think e after e3, rook e5 is a bit of a must. You've got to keep that pawn under lock and key, as they say. And then we were looking at the move e2. And then king to f3. And then, what was it, rook h2. And yeah, so ideas such as, yeah, h5. And that was the idea. But I know there was a g5 somewhere. Hang on, that was what I was thinking of. Is there some possibility for g5? Maybe here, okay, so yeah. So rook e5 and g5. So
Engine says h5 is a move, but h takes also is perfectly playable. And according to an engine, everything draws. But I think, your point is king f3, but I can take on g5.
Yeah.
Let's make me here. Yeah, it doesn't work. No, it's very complex. It's very complex endgame. So that's why the viewers study endgames. First and foremost material I would suggest to my students is the Redskins endgame manual. I have the 4th edition. I hear was it the 5th edition? Yovi said that you, Yovi, have the 1st edition, so I have another version at home. So I have more information.
You know, I was thinking to say that I've got the 1st edition of Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual is not really exactly a bragging, right? It's actually just more saying that I haven't updated my collection. No, I mean, I have a lot of Endgame books, but that one I do need to definitely. I also got to recommend in terms of Endgames, like 101 Endgames you need to know. There's great videos of Magnus also solving those puzzles. Also, Sam Shankland has written some excellent Rook and Pawn endings, as has Jakob Orgard. The only thing that I would say about studying them is really good to do them with friends because they're very dry, they're very technical, and it's very difficult to do them by yourself.
I fully agree. And by the way, the Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual reminded me of a story that we had in PogChamps in one of the earlier editions when Ludwig, one of the biggest streamers and YouTubers in the world, he bought the book and then he put it under his pillow so that he would be sleeping on Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual in case the knowledge would get into his head for PogChamps.
Did it work?
It's quite the strategy. he did pretty well in PogChamps, so maybe this is the way to go. Instead of opening the book, just put it under your pillow.
Nice. I'll have to remember that.
You know, I actually know a story about someone that did that, but it wasn't books. It was these DVDs. He just put a DVD, a kind of a chess variation in the opening, and he would put it under his pillow. And his whole thing was that though it would filter down on some subconscious level. And look at what we're having right here. So rook takes b2 after some thought did not get played. Instead, it was rook f3 to go rook to f4 and to chase down the g-pawn.
Wow. That's a great idea. I think what Nordbeck found was a more pragmatic choice because he was looking at this rook b2 and king e3 and all of this very long sequence. It just proves he's such a world-class player, and definitely he has spent some hours for studying rook king games, Anna, here, because here he gets to eliminate the pawn on g4, and we looked at something like this before, but this is just giving white pretty much no hopes at all. I think it was something like from a different move order, rook h5, rook takes on g4, king e3, okay, you get to eliminate the pawn on h6, but this seems quite clean to me.
Absolutely. And what a great and pragmatic decision, as you said, Arthurs, to go for the line that gives the least hopes for Donchenko, who is in a must-win situation. It is cruel, but it is very precise and accurate. And Yakuboyev has had such an incredible tournament as well in the World Cup, and he's just getting one step closer, 1 foot in the door of the semifinals already with this rook to f4. By the way, our timers are frozen, so I just wanted to update. I think the time situation is about half an hour for Donchenko and 14 minutes left for Yakuboyev. So no, Donchenko hasn't flagged. We can see it on the camera, I think, if we zoom in, that there's still plenty of time for the players.
And with that last rook move, The pressure is on for Donchenko. He's got 33 minutes in the bank, but he has to find a way to just make Black's life difficult, And as we saw, as Artis and Anna have been saying, going for the H pawn, which is the most direct try, doesn't seem to be reaping any rewards. So he's going to have to be thinking outside the box. And it's always those decisions, does he step up with the king? Which one of the pawns is going to be most vulnerable? Maybe it's time to kind of just switch over and try to win the A pawn and hope that in the race, the two white pawns on the queen side can do something. Okay, it's just a try. But the problem I've got to say is that when it comes to the pawns on the queen side, they're not very far advanced. And rook to b2 comes like a cold shower, right? King to d3, rook takes b2, ba-bum. No hope. Oh, hang on a second. Did you see the evaluation bar rise?
There's a slight chance. It's hopeful. It's hopeful, Arturs. Why is it hopeful?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some human considerations here, which might give Donchenko some hope. For example, this entire sequence, give a couple of checks, play king takes on e4. White does enjoy the extra pawn. So let's go back a bit, and I'll show you where's the top choice of the engine. After rook f4, there was something that I really liked what Yovi said, is to go after the a pawn and try to create two connected pass pawns. So I decided to toy a bit with the moves. And here, after rook takes on a4, engine says that king d5 and the position is dead equal. But is it? Is it dead equal? Because this might give Donchenko precisely what he wants. Something like rook b4, I don't know, f5. F5 is rook b5. And there's a race. I get it. Like, I'm totally with Yovi here, that these pawns are very slow. They're not moving forward. But this is also the kind of complication that Donchenko is looking for. So I'm thinking it could be pretty human also for Yakoboyev to eliminate the b pawn. And this is where the engine steps in and says, there is a new hope for the German fans and Alexander.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. Like, when you're in this type of situation, you kind of don't want to be calculating. It's been a long event. It's also been a long game, and you just want to go for the path of simplicity. So I could see that this position gets played out. And what was the try that would give White the advantage? Presumably, it was just to slide the rook over to h5 and capture on h6.
Yeah, we could analyze that line again and what would be here some of the ways in which Black can go wrong. Because was that the line where some of the king moves were okay and some are not? How tricky can this get, Arturs? How can we lose this endgame from Black's perspective? Where are the trickiest moments, you think?
Yeah, I think it's this rook a5 idea. And I try to picture myself from Noderbeck's perspective, how difficult for him it would be to find this rook a5, rook g4, rook a5, king d5. Maybe not very difficult at all, because he also senses that these pawns are pretty static. And maybe let me show you one engine line. Rook b4, f5, rook b5, king d4, rook takes on f5, rook takes on h4. This feels pretty clean. Maybe he's not really going to fall for this, because yeah, these pawns are going nowhere. Black is incredibly active. I think even without this pawn, it's probably a draw. So answering your question, Anna, I don't know, like, try to create a pass pawn somehow. Maybe try to find a scenario where Black needs to make a big decision, go left or right, because he has only 40 minutes on the clock. Make it as complex as possible. Hopefully somehow get to the time scramble. Is it possible? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right, though. That's a very practical try to get Norderbeck. He's down to 14 minutes. You just have to disregard the current clock times that we have. He's down to 14 minutes. And if you can get him just to burn an extra, say, 10 minutes, he's down to 4 minutes. Also, he will be feeling the pressure of the situation. So why not give him the chance? Unfortunately, in this rook and pawn endgame, there aren't too many pass moves for Alexander and Norderbeck to make. So every move here comes with a purpose and a point. But we could be seeing something like this, where it is that pure race.
Yeah, I think this might be where the game is heading. And of course, Donchenko is evaluating all these variations and trying to figure out where does he have the best practical chances. Because even if you know that this is an equal endgame, and I'm pretty sure that's what both grandmasters think here, they assess this as this is equal. But Donchenko, he's going to look for what kind of position, which variation gives him at least some practical chances, where Yakuboyev has to find very precise moves to not be getting into a worse position. So tough one to come up with in a must-win situation here for Donchenko. At least he's got more time. So I think time will be a key factor. It's a pity that we cannot show the actual time, but maybe from time to time we can zoom in on that camera and just see in real life how is it going. It's 27 minutes at the moment for Donchenko and 14 minutes for Yakuboyev. So time pressure at some point could kick in, and that's when Yakuboyev, if he gets into a time pressure situation in a trickier position, that's exactly what Donchenko needs.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is how to get there. That's something that Donchenko is trying to figure out. All of these variations, they look really, really the same. I mean, we try to look it from all kinds of angles. So go after rook h5, rook h6, rook a5, rook e4. Engine, for the moment, I switched it on just to get some extra help. There was no help. I mean, Engine said, come on, guys, like this is that equal. Also, rook f5, Sokovic was saying there was slight loss at the very beginning. Then it changed the mind very quickly. Now it's back to the infamous 0-0-0. So, yeah, Donchenko needs some divine intervention here, like some kind of help, a lot of luck. But yeah, I'm still pretty positive we're in for at least, I don't know, 1 hour or so.
Yeah.
Because it's such an important game.
It is an important game, and for Yakuboyev, right, if he holds it, then he walks into the semifinals, and he's had a tremendous run, some fantastic games that he's played. And, we can actually just highlight them. Maybe we can see it once more that this was the event where he was able to break 2,700. So let me just tell you he started off, he defeated Nicholas Huschenberg Van Wyn. We also have Pranav Sargsyan in the latest game. And what we've seen as a trademark for Yakuboyev is that he's been more than willing to embrace the fight with the white pieces. We saw it against Sargsyan, where he was the one, really went on the front foot, went for that aggressive opening. Yesterday with the white pieces against Donchenko, he was like, yes, I'm going to go f3. One of the most aggressive responses to the Grunfeld. He just took it on. And we also seen another kind of trademark where he is the master of verification. He's been so close to making moves, and then he just pulls himself away and just says, no, hang on a second. Let me just double check. And when he feels that the tension gets too much, he just removes himself from the situation. And then he just makes sure that he's able to zoom in and zoom out. Because often you find when you're not necessarily on form, people just tend to kind of really get into the calculations, and they forget actual fact the framework. Because as chess players, it's super important to have that framework. You look in and you look in, you see the detail, but you also got to look out and see the bigger picture, to look for the signposts, to look for the questions. What does your opponent want to do? What is your ultimate goal? And Norderbeck, he's fantastic at just going, hang on a second, let me just check. And I just kind of want to compliment him. And a lot of us might not have heard of Yakuboev, but he's just been an amazing player for a long time. He won the Qatar Open in 2023 ahead of Magnus Carlsen. He defeated Nordebek Abdusattorov in the tiebreaks. Just a fantastic, fantastic competitor.
Absolutely. And the fact that he broke to the 2700 club during this tournament, his live rating is already above 2700. It just goes to show that maybe he wasn't one of the favorites for the World Cup, but he is in an incredible shape. He has done a tremendous job at the tournament. And so has Donchenko. It's such a heartbreak, of course, because each round we're eliminating half of the field. And for Alexander Donchenko, he fought so hard to be in the quarterfinals. His match against Le Quan Nguyen was an emotional roller coaster. And even to get there, Donchenko eliminated the top two players from the FIDE Grand Swiss, Anish Giri and Matthias Blubaum, and then placed this incredible fight against Le Quan Nguyen, where Donchenko has the upper hand, nearly wins in classical, but then it's tiebreaks, and then he takes the lead, and then he loses the lead, and then he takes the lead and loses the lead. Like, Arturs, what is it like to even go through that? And the next day you're playing against Yakuboev, who is in a great shape. There is no rest for the wicked. These players have been playing for over 2 weeks in Doha.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very tough. And to be honest, when Alexander did not win the second game against Lemle, I thought he's not going to make it. Like, on a personal note, I thought that it's going to be so difficult for him to overcome the Vietnamese player. And I'm glad. I was wrong, because he's a very, very big fighter. I'm pretty sure he also grew as a player during the World Cup, because when you play the highest level chess, you prepare for every single game. Like, yeah, you definitely grow. Speaking about Nordebek Yakuboev, he is one of the new generation players of Uzbekistan. By the way, next year, Uzbekistan, unless something has changed, I don't think so, is going to host the World Chess Olympiad. So I believe all of us, we are really looking towards it. I mean, for me, like, I still have the best memories visiting. How many Olympiads did I play? Like, I don't know, 6 or so. The best memories for me come from the Baku Olympiad in 2016, which was like 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of 10. And I have high hopes for Uzbekistan Olympiad, because chess is in high regard there. It's massively supported. And if somebody can throw the gauntlet to the domination of Indian chess, perhaps it's Uzbekistan, one of the countries.
Yeah, in fact, they won in 2022 in Chennai, and who would have thought that? It was a very young team, and they managed to absolutely shock the world. I think there was everyone was expecting big things from the USA, from China, and instead it was, of course, Uzbekistan, with a close rivalry with India B. Again, the youngsters just taking over. I completely agree. The Olympiad in Samarkand, of course, it's a fantastic city as well. A lot of history is going to be absolutely tremendous. And this is one of the common things that we've seen, that when the governments support chess, unquestionably, then the players, of course, get better, because it just removes some of the concerns that we have, with finance, with where to get the right trainers. And at the minute, it's a game of imbalance. Some federations have it all. Others are just barely able to get by.
And that's the story in the chess world. Some countries and some federations, huge support for chess, and others. I've heard so many of my friends just going to the Chess Olympiad out of their own pocket, which really shouldn't have to be the case, right? You're representing your country and you're paying for all your expenses. But chess is not as popular in every country. In Uzbekistan, extremely popular. And we might see 2 Uzbek grandmasters in the semifinals of the World Cup if both of them make it through. So there's a lot to play for, and a lot of pride and hope for Uzbekistan here at the World Cup too, for sure.
Yeah, that would be pretty amazing. See.
Yeah. And I just want to say, and talking about high stakes, well, everything is on the line here for these two players. For Nordibek Yakuboev, it's all about holding this position. If he does that, he gets through to the semifinals. For Donchenko, he is pressing hard to win. If he does that, he equalizes the match tie breaks tomorrow. We are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to be in this endgame, watching every move, every step of the way. See you in a few minutes.
So building up from there my self-confidence and beating adults outside of the apartment, it was a very nice way of strengthening my journey. And I started to become very good at a very young age. Age 9, I was winning the unrated section of the New York Open, which was a big thing, a huge thing, because I scored only one draw at the very end when I secured my first place. And after that also, it was very clear that I was improving not only in strength but also in rating in the next couple of years from age 9 to 12, that people were not really able to follow where am I standing really. So even experts, they just knew that I'm just racketing and playing very well, and nobody understood how far I will go.
Okay, we're here with Grandmaster Prague, and you can see you don't have an opponent. We're going to give ChatGPT as your opponent, but don't be too intimidated. We're rooting for the human being, but we want to make it a little bit interesting. So we're going to have you play blindfolded. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And you've never played ChatGPT before, right?
No.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So we gave you a swivel chair. If you could just do a little spinaroo there.
Sure.
Okay, we'll just pretend that you shook hands with your silicon opponent. And Prague, what would you like your first move to be?
E4.
Okay, E4 on the board, and then we're waiting for ChatGPT to respond. And ChatGPT has played 1c5 and announced that it's the Sicilian defense. So ChatGPT knows the opening at least.
Knight F3.
Okay, ChatGPT has announced that it knows you're attacking the E5 square. It has played D6.
Okay. Let's say C3.
Okay, C3. A little delayed elephant here, but what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT likes to explain your move. ChatGPT says that you're preparing D4 and aiming to go a strong center, and it has announced it's the elephant. ChatGPT plays Knight F6.
Bishop E2. Let's try to trick ChatGPT. Yeah.
I could definitely say you are faster than ChatGPT. You've set a little trap. Let's see if ChatGPT falls into this very famous elephant trap. Prague, it's announcing you made a flexible move and plays Knight C6.
Oh, it doesn't fall for it.
Does not fall for Knight takes E4, Queen A5 check. Okay.
D4. Let's keep trying.
Okay, offering the pawn on E4 a second time. ChatGPT notices that you're striking in the center, which I don't know if you know this, Prague, it's a key thematic idea in the elephant, according to ChatGPT. C takes D4 is the response.
Yeah, CD4.
ChatGPT plays Bishop G4. It actually announces that it's pinning your knight. I'm going to take a little bit exception to the fact that that's a pin in ChatGPT's world. Right?
Yeah, Knight C3.
Okay, ChatGPT's actually getting a little faster and playing E6. Although again, let's talk about the logic here. ChatGPT claims that this move solidifies my D6 pawn. Seems like it makes the D6 pawn a little weaker.
Okay, let's try to go for a D5.
Okay, advancing to center. E takes D5 insta in ChatGPT's world.
ED5.
I want to congratulate ChatGPT for not making any illegal moves so far. Knight B4. Okay. Although, before you respond, I just want to talk about that the computer ChatGPT has announced that it's attacking your C2 pawn.
Huh?
Suspicious.
C2 pawn. Okay, Queen A4.
I'm gonna guess real Gotham or AI Gotham. Here we go. Why on earth would you play that? I think that's AI.
It is.
All right.
1 for 1.
Yes, 1 for 1. That move makes no sense. That one's real. Makes no sense. Has to be real. It's real.
Fake.
What?
It's AI.
Makes no sense. Was
Yeah.
no chance. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Makes no sense. What? Oh my gosh. And he sacrifices the rook! That one was fake. That had to be AI.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the rook one didn't. It wasn't guttural enough. What the heck is this move? I feel like it was too high pitched. Was that AI?
It was AI.
Oh my! It was like I don't think I hit like a. Okay, there's one more. Let me tell you something right now. Building a chess website is not easy. Right, chess.com built their website for 17 years. Still being built. That had to be real. That one was like 10 seconds long. So I was like, okay. Oh, so there was 4 AI and 1 real one. And I went 3 out of 4 on the AI ones? Okay.
Your favorite creator can now be your very own chess coach. Choose your favorite chess personality and they'll join you in game review, puzzles, lessons, and play coach. Pick up tips from Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, this is just taking material. Takes.
Test your tactics against Gotham chess. Or learn about the importance of queen safety with Andrea and Alex.
Got your queen!
Want to learn from the GOAT himself? We got you.
Hey, I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Explore which chess personality sharpens your game. Playing and learning chess has never been so exciting. Who are you picking?
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
We are back with the final game in the quarterfinals, game 2, the last classical game, and everything here depends on these two. For Alexander Donchenko, for those of you just joining us, well, everything is on the line as he needs to win this rook and pawn endgame. For Yakubov, playing with the black pieces, it's all about holding firm. We saw Alexander Donchenko just before the break go into the tank thinking about which way could pose the most problems for black. In the end, he took a decision, he stepped up with his king, and that was met by a very quick answer from Yakubov, where the rook simply captured the pawn. And again, it's decision time for Donchenko. The clock ticks down and he has to decide where to go with his rook. Does he go to the right to h5 to take the h6 pawn? Does he go to the left, go for the a pawn? But this is very risky as it does allow black to maybe push up the f pawn, and then it'll be 2 passed pawns for white king to deal with. It's a horrible choice to make, but he's got 9 minutes on the clock and he has to take one soon.
Which one he will go for? Of course, our evaluation bar is not impressed. It will always continue showing equality. But what matters here is where does Donchenko see at least a bit of more practical chances? Where does he feel like his opponent will be tested more? Where can black at least make an inaccuracy that could give Donchenko that chance that he needs? It's now also less time for the German Grandmaster. He had a bigger time advantage before, but he's been thinking for so long. In fact, I think his King E3 move took him nearly 20 minutes to make. There's just so much on the line. With a draw, Yakuboyev is in the semifinals. With a draw, Donchenko is going home. Not a pleasant one in the rook endgame to ponder over this situation.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Donchenko just had a power drink. He's getting ready. He probably slowly realizes that it's going to be very difficult for him to make it, but he's going to fight until the very end. And speaking about any potential lines he might be looking at, I know we have looked at this from all kinds of angles, so maybe once again, let's give it a try. Since this particular position, I don't think we really checked. Maybe let's try rook a5. At least I'm getting 2 connected passed pawns. And once again, here black has a choice. So does he try to eliminate the pawn on b2 or collect the pawn on h4? So let's say he eliminates the pawn on h4, and just as I said it, there is a move played by Donchenko.
h5.
Yeah, so basically everything I was about to say doesn't really matter. So, okay, h5. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's a move.
Yes. It's an interesting one as well, because it's just a kind reminder to Nordebek that this pawn on h6 is up for grabs, and the h5 pawn is just 3 squares away from queening. But it's again, there's still a lot of risk, because what black wants to be doing is pushing up the f pawn to f5, and then it's going to be all a question of how far can this f and e pawn go. So it's going to be a very, very interesting scenario here with h5 being played. I'm expecting either the rook to post up to h4, or maybe black can think about getting aggressive and going king to e6, preparing f5.
I like those ideas a lot. I was looking at those options for black, and it looks like after king e6, the threat of f5 is serious, and the only way you can prevent that is if you give a check on e5 with the white rook, but then the king will go back to d6. And how do you make progress as white? You cannot just go and repeat moves with rook f5, rook to e5. White has to try to win, but how?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty smart move, h5, because we're looking at all kinds of forcing moves, and this is like just push the pawn 5 minutes closer to become a queen and still keep the tension on the board. And I tried to figure out, can black try to liquidate the pawns, for example, rook g2? Is this a move? And then I noticed that perhaps Donchenko's idea is to play rook b5. Rook b5, and just to protect the pawn, threaten to take on e4, and after king c6, maybe there's a room for like this. Rook f5, threatening to take it, threatening to give some checks at f6, collect the pawn. Let's say take it, king e4, that's 1 passed pawn, that's a 2nd passed pawn. Yeah, I know it's not a lot. Let's say here, rook f6. Look at that, Arjun starts to be excited about some things. King b5 apparently is the best move. King d7. Rook f7. Here we go. Yeah, just like that. White gets some hope. So at least I think, I might be wrong. I think I understand the move h5 it's just a useful move. Fix the pawn on h6 and keep all options open.
And also, it's going to surprise Yakuboev, right? Because he would have expected rook a5, rook ah5, and he would have been calculating furiously in that direction. Suddenly he's met with h5, and whoops, he's got to be calculating again. And he's got to be thinking about exactly what he wants to do. You know, king to e6, he might even reject because of, as Anna mentioned, rook e5, and he might go, oh, well, the pawn on e4 is hanging. So he might not even get there to making a move like that. He also might reject king e6 because of rook to c6. He, you know, it's so many possibilities for black to have to calculate. Ultimately, he's fine, but we know that because we have the evaluation bar. We also have the power of take back. We also have the power that actually, ultimately, this game doesn't mean that much to us. But for Yakuboev, it means the world.
It means the world indeed, and that ticket to the candidates tournament is so close. Imagine seeing it in front of your eyes. You're a draw away from a 75% chance for the candidates tournament if you make it to the semifinals. So that's where Yakuboev is. Huge pressure. He's ever so close and yet still so far, because when you are this close to the finish line, that's when the pressure gets even higher.
You know, I'm going to be bold. I'm going to have a hot take. I would say something will still happen in this game. Like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I want something to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. If Donchenko will find some resource, he's going to use it or he's going to miss it. Or maybe Donchenko is going to overpush and Yakuboev in the end will maybe chalk up a second victory. I don't know. But I have a feeling it's going to end up with something because, I mean, this tension, it's been in the air for a long time and it's leading to some kind of a culmination. And somehow I would be a bit disappointed as a commentator, as a fan, to see that it ends with the perfect draw. Like, I want to see some action. And to be honest, I would not be surprised that we might still see some twists here.
Yeah, but also I gotta say, you know, if it does finish with that perfect draw, then all we can say is hats off to both players for just showing their technique. I suspect that we might also see some kind of drama as well. I am also wanting that, but I mean, both of these guys, unfortunately, there has to be a winner in this type of format, and they have proved themselves worthy candidate players here. You know, fantastic performance from the two of them. And the fact that they're also taking a long time to make the moves as well, it just indicates to me that they're nervous.
Very nervous. Yakuboev earlier just constantly standing up, even when he was still before move 40. He had 38 seconds left and he was still standing up. And that shows how nervous he might be. That's how stressful and that's how much pressure there is on this game, because he had to stand up even when he didn't have the time to stand up.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's like every single moment they have to make a choice. And Yakuboev has to make a choice. Is it left or right or middle? Left or right or middle? Every single time. He's not sure. Every single position is fresh. It's like you insert yourself in a position. You think of a million ways. Donchenko comes up with something else. And it's always something else. And again, you have to start from scratch. And it's very difficult to apply like some generic knowledge to these positions. You know, like some general principles, but there's just too many opportunities here, too many possibilities. And okay, maybe let's once again try to shuffle a bit what could be the human move for Yakuboev. What do you think? What do you think is the human move? Like, I think that Rook G2 is pretty asking to be played. Like, it follows the logic, I want to eliminate as many pawns as I can because it sort of favors me. And this would mean that probably, I don't know if this is going to happen, or even Rook A5. Like Rook A5 takes it, King E4. Watch out! Look at this. There's Rook A4. There's Rook A6. How do you protect the pawn? That's a pass
Yeah.
pawn. You don't want to give another pawn.
To me, what was very logical was to go rook to h4 rather than chase down the b2 pawn, because black can get counterplay. For instance, if you go rook a5, the counterplay that I would be hopeful about as black is if I were to get f5 in. And that was an idea that you kind of showed us, and since then, I have been pretty much obsessed. So yeah, so for instance, king e6 or even f6, but let's go king e6.
But then it makes sense to start with the king e6 immediately. That was your original idea. I know you said it here, right?
Yes. But, I'm thinking that you might not go into this because of this idea of going rook to e5. Rook to e5, and then rook takes e4, and rook takes pawn. Even though you might just stop here, like I did, and went, oh, well, that wasn't part of the plan to lose a pawn.
Look at that.
D5. Wow. D5. And if that pawn is taken with the rook, oh wow. Look at these ideas. Oh, he's about to reach for a piece. For now, the second or third time, he was gonna make a move a couple of seconds ago. He's hesitating. He's down to his final 5 minutes. Yakoboyev here with the black piece says he can still go wrong, even if the engine thinks it's an equal rook endgame. The pressure is on the Uzbek Grandmaster to hold this with 5 minutes left, and he is still hesitant. He's not sure which one is the right way to go.
Oh, the nerves. The nerves definitely are going to play a very big role in this tournament. I mean, I'm speaking from my own experience. So I busted out in round number 1. And I gotta say, I was way more nervous than my opponent. And it's just something you're, I suppose, born with. Like, some people take stress easier. Some people experience things very heavily. And even the most calmest person, when you feel the stakes are this highest, it's just incredibly difficult just to keep focused and remember the training and ultimately just keep breathing. But I have a feeling we're onto something here. So 4 minutes. What do you think he's going to play, Yobi?
Yeah, somehow he keeps going with the rook. And he goes for your rook to g2, chasing down the b pawn. He's just trying to eliminate the danger. But this was one that wasn't entirely as clear-cut as we thought. Because after king takes e4, the rook could swing over to a5, and there would be some checks against the h-pawn. And I agree with you both. I've played in 2 world knockout events, and I was nervous, way more nervous than I ever would be in a normal game.
There's just so much pressure in this format on every single game and on every single mistake. An inaccuracy can cost you the entire tournament. In any other format, open tournament, round robin, one game, yeah, it's bad to lose, but it's not sending you home from the tournament. As for Donchenko, he might get a chance here. He's playing rook to b5 to guard the pawn on b2. We were looking at the option of taking on e4 instead, or rook a5, but he prefers to have that pawn guarded, keep as many pawns on the board as possible.
I like this move, rook b5. I mean, we briefly looked at this, and I think what Donchenko is trying to do, he tries to keep the position as complex as possible and keep the opponent guessing. Because ultimately, I think he should know that most likely it's draw. Everywhere you look, it's probably a draw. So you try to keep your opponent guessing. And again, for the opponent here, there's many moves. You can go back, rook g4. You can play king c6. After king c6, you start to see ghosts with rook f5. Do you do that, or don't you do that? I ultimately think that king c6 will be played because it forces things a bit. And this is also one thing that most players, they try to do when they're in a time scramble. They try to clarify. So they do not want to play a position which leaves uncertainty. And I think with 3 minutes on the clock here for Yakoboev, he wants some clarity. That's why Rook G2 was played, and that's why I'm pretty sure King C6 will be played. The less pawns on the board, the easier for him to navigate this incredibly complex endgame.
I think he's going to go for F5, guys. I have a feeling he's willing to give up the F pawn in order to get that simplification.
I think he's reaching for the pawn indeed. He's double checking, triple checking. Will he push F5, sacrifice the pawn to then capture on B2?
The clock is ticking down. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
It looked like King C6 to me. I could be wrong though.
King C6.
Okay.
You're right. Okay. And now for Donchenko, he has to go Rook F5. Rook C5. He has to move that rook.
He'll certainly be checking those options, Rook F5 or Rook C5 check. I wonder also how quickly will we see this move, because now he has quite a good time advantage. 7 minutes for white and only 2 minutes and 56 seconds left for Yakoboev. So the time pressure is kicking in and black still needs to play extremely precisely. Arturs, which one you think he will go for? What would give the best practical chance here in your opinion?
I'm torn between Rook A5 or Rook F5. I'm absolutely positive that Donchenko is not going to repeat the position, which is something, by the way, he did in the previous rounds when he was having lower time the clock, because repeating the position helps the opponent. So there's no need for him to play Rook C5, King D6, Rook B5. He gains nothing by doing this. So I think also one thing that you want to do in this position is to try to play the so-called series of moves, apply a lot of pressure. And this is a very common strategy by any chess practitioner who are playing at a good level. Like you make the next move, and then you want to already be ready to execute the next move and the move after that, so that your opponent doesn't have the time to think about the potential best response. So maybe it's Rook A5. Let's just put this on the board. So let's say this happens, Rook A5. Black probably going to eliminate the pawn for simplicity. King takes on E4. And you want to make these moves very quickly.
And put the pressure back on Yakoboev, who will be in serious time trouble. This is it. There's no more extra time other than the 30-second increment they get per move.
Engine did find some advantage here. I'm not really sure if this matters at all, because this might be not enough depth. And according to an Engine 0.28, it's still the same 0.00. It doesn't really matter. It's still a draw. But Rook A5 is definitely tempting. And according to the Silicon Beast, King B6 is the most accurate move, which is very difficult to make because you're pushing your king further away from white's passed pawn at the king side.
Exactly. King to B6 is incredibly hard because not only do you let go of the A pawn, but also you feel like the action is happening on the right side of the board. I don't think that we'll be seeing anything like King to B6. But for Donchenko, you know, I'm looking at his eye movements, and it appears that I don't think he's going to go Rook to A5. It's like he's focused in the center. Oh, very nice.
That will be very instructive, Arturs. Let's show this line where black would not be able to take the B2 pawn in time, and suddenly white's position would be winning.
Yeah, but why it's winning, it's also not very clear to me. Like King D5, Rook takes on H5, and King D6.
And it's the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. Indeed, no more extra pawn, but look at the D pass pawn supported by the white king, and the rook as well will be really helpful.
So here, actually, F5 is the move, which maybe is not really that difficult move to make. But now again, the position becomes sort of complex. Maybe it's not complex. I don't know. Maybe it's just a draw. Rook C4. Yeah. I can just take on B2, and this is just a draw. Drawn endgame. None of the sides can make a progress.
But also, do you want that complexity where there is a very real chance that you're going to be losing? Because I'm just thinking with the he repeats,
He
Once
gives
the
the check.
king goes, now what?
But maybe now he will go to a5. Maybe he wanted to push the king further away.
Yeah, I agree. Rook a5 is reasonable because now black doesn't have this entire idea. Again, it's very hard to understand for the players, and I'm pretty sure that they feel like passengers because it's impossible. It's impossible to calculate all of these lines. So you do your best, especially in time scramble, 3 minutes each. You're just guessing. And we are heading for something dramatic. I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah. Well, the clock situation, as we see, both players around the 3-minute mark. That's all they have. And there's still a lot more action ahead for Donchenko. There's still a lot of choice. He can repeat the position once with rook to b5. He can also go rook to f5. He can go rook to a5. And for Yakuboev, the tension just feels like it's too much. You know, you see him get up off the chair. It's like he has this excess energy that he just needs to get rid of. I mean, he's calculating furiously every single line.
And it's so understandable knowing the stakes that there is on this one single game. Who will make it to the semifinals? Who will have a 75% chance, mathematically speaking, to qualify to the candidates tournament? This is how close Yakuboev is, and yet Donchenko is putting up such a fight. This is nearly move 50 already. The players have been here for many, many hours. There's no other game ongoing. This is the one and only game in the quarterfinals left. Tomorrow there will be tiebreaks, but will Donchenko play tiebreaks too? He has to win this rook endgame in order to earn a tiebreaker.
Either way, this marathon game is heading to the finish line, no matter. Like, I think we're going to get a lot of clarity in the next coming moves very quickly. So for Donchenko, it's 1 minute and 40 seconds. And again, he spent like 5 minutes for the last move, rook c5 check, and now he's thinking. Now, for him, it makes sense to repeat the moves because he's lower on time. But where's the series of moves? There we go. Rook b5, king c6, and I think we're going to immediately see a move after this. There should be an immediate move.
Mm-hmm. It has to be.
No, he's not making it.
He's
Okay, but
repeating
he's got
the
some
moves
time.
and not switching it up just yet. I also thought that he had the second move ready to go to put some psychological pressure on his opponent, but he is hesitating whether to go rook a5 or rook f5, rook f5.
But sometimes this is actually a good tactic to burn the clock down on your time, because then you can get your opponent excited. And when players are excited, they're full of emotion. They have a tendency to make the fast moves. And now the moves that are quickly appearing, of course, the rook captures the pawn on f7. Yakuboev now has some time to think. What does he do? Does he go rook to b3? Does he just simply play another move? Rook b3 is the most normal move. Rook h2 could be another possibility.
Still decisions to make, and with only a few minutes left for each player and a 30-second increment. I'm really curious which one he will be calculating and which one he will opt for, Yakuboev here, because both of those rook moves look promising. But which one will he find the safest? The one that gives him the firmest option here of not giving a single chance to his opponent in this rook endgame. Artus, what do you think? Which rook move is the one that is absolute no risk for black?
Rook h2 looks to be the most cleanest move to me. I could be wrong because this is the furthest pawn from the black king. So I would want to eliminate it. Let's say rook h2, white's the move, white plays. Let's say he goes here, but then I'm not getting the other pawn, am I? So maybe rook a7 something, and yeah, this seems to be very slow. Also, the king is here pretty close. And I'm not really sure what Donchenko else can do after rook h2. Maybe rook f5? And then rook h3, king e4. Oh, by the way, he made a move. Rook b3 instead.
check. Yeah, he gives the check to pick up the a3 pawn.
The less pawns on the board, the better.
Yep, the less pawns on the board. And I tell you something, it's that rook pawn as well on h5, which is going to be very annoying for Donchenko. Because as we know in rook and pawn endgames, rook pawns in general tend to be very, very bad. You need a big precision to get them to promote, as Donchenko saw from his game against Liam Lei. And what Nordebek will be trying to do is just simply keeping the king close towards the d pawn. So keep that one under lock and key.
And he goes to b7 with his king to not allow the white rook to later go to a6. So white is about to capture the h6 pawn, but black has a pass pawn, and with the king on b7, it's not that simple to come back and stop that pawn. Arthurs, over to you.
Yeah, I think I figured out what Nordebek wants to do. I really like it. So the point here is that if Donchenko takes on h6, there's going to be rook h3, and the black pawn marches forward. And if this pawn trade happens, it should be a theoretical draw. Like, there's only one pass pawn left for white. And that's why, of course, Donchenko is going to do everything in his power to resist it. But can he resist it? Because this d pawn is seemingly going nowhere. King d5, black already is thinking about his own counterplay, rook a1, a3, a2, etc. And as soon as there's going to be rook h6, he can slide the rook. Maybe he can just slide the rook with h3 anyway, without the need to play rook a1. It starts to look more like a draw. Finally.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. The black king is in time to get in front of the d pawn. Okay, I must say one thing. When it comes to rook and pawn endgames, it's very nice to have a center pawn if you're playing with rook and pawn against rook, because that is not actually easy for the rook to check the king from the long side. They're not so good to get that checking distance. But that's the dream situation for Donchenko. The clock ticks down to 1 minute, 14 seconds. And some choices. Does he capture that pawn on h6? Does he step up with the king to d5, anticipating the race? Nordebek just looking up and around, but inhale there from Alexander. He has to try. Rook takes pawn.
He takes the pawn indeed, and you could see it on his face that he knows that his opponent has been defending really precisely with the king on b7, and now going over to h3 with the rook, I think, is what we are expecting from the Uzbek Grandmaster. There it goes, attacking the h5 pawn and also vacating the square, the path of his pass pawn. a3 is next move.
Indeed. Now, according to table base, this is a draw. There is a million ways how black is drawing this. Any king move draws. There's no move that black can make here, which is losing, at least for this particular position. And yeah, I don't think that Donchenko can keep the pawn on h5 alive. King b6, of course, makes perfect sense. And that's it, actually. I mean, what else you can do? Because rook h8 is king b7. I don't see any ideas for Donchenko at all to continue this game.
Is there no hope in perhaps advancing the king as forward as possible? Give a check and then try to get the king over to d5, but king to b7, that was what you said. It's been played.
Yakubayev defending so precisely, just making sure that the white rook can never get behind the pass pawn of black. And if you keep giving checks with the white rook, the king will always step on the b file to a square that keeps holding the a file. This is very instructive, and this is how you should play rook endgames. With a pawn down, support your pass pawn and try not to allow your opponent's rook to have a Tarash rook, as they say, the rook that would go behind the pass pawn.
I think we're seeing the final moves, because ultimately that's it. Rook h7, king b6. You could give a check. I go here. Your rook leaves the h rank. Black just collects the pawn, and white is not even in time to eliminate the pawn. D5, d6, d7. White is slower than black, and you can see the facial expression of Alexander. It's, of course, a great shame for him, his fans, and German fans, of course, as well. But it's been a pretty fantastic tournament for Alexander. But here, I have a feeling his amazing run in the FIDE World Cup 2025 end, and he offers a draw.
He offers a draw, and with that draw, Nordirbek Yakubov makes his move ever closer to the candidates as he gets through to the semi-finals. Wow. That has been an absolutely sensational match. Yesterday, Nordirbek Yakubov being the only player to win with a monster game. And he does the necessary here, holding firm in a very complicated rook and pawn ending. Congratulations to Nordirbek Yakubov, and what a run it has been for the German. Defeated Anish Giri, took out Matthias Bluebaum, entertained us all in a roller coaster of a match against Liam Lei, but he met his match in Nordirbek Yakubov.
Incredible, the fight that they put on today, and so deserved both of their qualifications to the quarterfinals. But the man that makes it further and advances to the semis is Yakuboyev here, still analyzing at the board, the two of them exchanging words about the endgame potentially. And oh boy, that's a heartbreak for Donchenko, but he definitely will be looking back at the tournament as a successful one when it comes to the names that you already mentioned. He knocked out Anish Giri, he knocked out Matthias Bluebaum, and he's going home with a whole lot of experience and extra rating points as well.
And look at Yakuboyev. He is so tired after the game. He doesn't even have the energy to celebrate. And I recall there was this, I think it was in round 1 or round 2, where he won his, was it? Oh, it was not Yakuboyev. I think I mixed up with another player. Yeah, but anyway, he will have the time to celebrate after the match, probably with his team. I don't really know who from Uzbekistan is there on site in Goa, but this game took away from him so much energy that he doesn't even have the strength to smile. But congratulations to Nordirbek Yakuboyev and all the Uzbekistan chess fans.
Yeah, I think perhaps the chess just capturing his attention. It was a tense day of chess, but in the end, we see 3 matches go to tiebreaks. Jose Martinez, Javokir Sindarov, that was a quick one. The players came in knowing exactly what they wanted. For Arjun Erigaisi, maybe Arjun missing that golden opportunity. I mean, how will he recover from that once he goes and checks the game, Anna?
That's going to be a difficult one with a missed chance by Arjun. It looked like it was going to give him a near decisive advantage had he found bishop takes d5. We do think that both players must have seen that bishop sacrifice, but what was harder to spot was the very end of that very forced variation with the rook going to d1. So this is it. We only have one player that is surely through. Nordirbek Yakuboyev already advances to the semifinals, but the other 3 matches go to tiebreaks, and they will be back tomorrow for some rapid, potentially blitz or even Armageddon.
Oh, we're in for a whole lot of excitement.
Yeah, we got 4 draws today, but I think there's, of course, good news about tomorrow's tiebreaks, because there's 3 matches to follow, and all of them, they're going to be completely unpredictable. So definitely a treat for the fans. Maybe not so much for the players, because I think the players treat the tiebreaks as a complete lottery. It's a very, very nervous day for everyone, and basically just depends who steps up with the right way from the bed, and somehow the stars align and you're getting lucky enough. But for the fans, it's definitely going to be a treat.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a treat. I mean, Sam Shanklin against Andrei Yasipenko, nothing could separate them in the Classic. Well, what do we expect from them in the tiebreaks? And then also a big one, Wei Yi against Arjun Erigaisi. Can I get you to make predictions?
Oof, that's gonna be a big one. We mentioned that matchup could also have taken place in the finals had it not been the fact that they are crossing paths in the quarterfinals. It's just how it goes in the knockout format. I think Arjun has the better chance, but I wouldn't rule out Wei Yi. I think there could be upsets tomorrow, and the favorites in the World Cup haven't really had a good tournament. Only Arjun Erigaisi remains from the very top favorites that were named before the competition.
I'm actually with Anna here. Of course, I also think that Arjun is definitely a big favorite overall, but when it comes to the tiebreaks, everything can happen. And as much as I would love to see the Indian chess fans to get semi-finalists, somehow I have a feeling that even tomorrow there's going to be some surprises, so I will not be underestimating Wei Yi's chances. When it comes to the other tiebreaks, I don't know, I'm going to guess Sam Shanklin is going to make through, and who else did we have? Already forgot.
Jose Martinez and Javokir Sindarov.
Oh yeah, that's a
that
tough
one
one.
is
That's
going
a
to
tough
be
one.
tense.
Okay, I'm gonna put my money on Martinez. I'm just very happy the way he plays. So, wish him best of luck.
Okay, well, you had our hot takes here. Well, and there's going to be a whole lot of surprises as well. But what an eventful day it has been. You know, very tense at times. You felt the nerves there from all of our participants. But we had one qualifier through to the semi-finals. That was Nordebek Yakoboev. I mean, what do we make of today's games?
Just incredible chess, but also incredible the tension and the nerves that you can feel in the air, and that's what causes those mistakes, like the mistake that Arjun made, or in that case, I guess both of them, both Arjun and Wei Yi missed a really good chance for white. Arjun could have gone for a decisive advantage had he calculated that line fully, thoroughly, until rook d1 in that bishop takes d5 variation. But oh boy, it shows. It's a very tiring tournament, so nerve-wracking, and that's why we see more mistakes than usual at a very high level of chess.
I think Arjun should have found it. He should have definitely found it. But obviously tomorrow is a new day and he has nerves of steel very often. So like his facial expression very often is like, I literally don't care. It's very difficult for him to read, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, by now he knows. He missed it.
Yeah, he will know, but someone who took all of the opportunities they were given with both hands and ran their way to the semi-finals was Nordebek Yakoboev, and he caught up with our very own international master, Rakesh Kulkarni. Take a listen to what he had to say.
There was a line, knight h5, before d5, cd5. So then after knight h5, I should play queen e2. And then push g4. So yeah, he missed. He played queen h4 mistakenly, and after that I could bring my king to c2, and it became safe for me, and then he had some problems with queenside pieces. So yeah, after that, after evacuation of the king, it should be just winning for white, but it took some time for me to manage to win.
Yeah, and a beautiful finish as well with this connected passed pawns in the center,
Yeah.
and you went on to win. Coming into today, how was your prep for him? Because you've already won game 1. Did you prepare something specific for today, sort of to maybe avoid a big fight, or how was it?
I just want to want to play solid chess. Want to play some positional chess, not like yesterday. But yeah, just want to play solid. Yeah, that's it. I was happy. I was not so happy to get this end game, but it was my preparation. I had to think over the board how to play after exchanging the queens. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think he could not play the best moves. That's why it became easier to defend.
And not only have you qualified to the semi-finals, but also a big moment came yesterday in your career. You crossed 2700 in live ratings for the first time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
How is that feeling?
It's always nice, but I always say that number just these are just numbers. Yeah? So if you play good chess, your rating will be higher and higher. So I don't feel any pressure. Just want to play good chess. That's it.
And with qualifying to the semi-finals, you are officially just one step away from the candidate spot. Up next for you will either be Jose Martinez or your own countrymate, Javokhir Sindarov. Did you follow both their games, and what are your thoughts about them, either of them as opponents?
Of course, I will root for Javokhir, because then we'll have we both will have chances for the candidates. So yeah, and I will watch their tiebreak. Then I will start my preparation. Yeah, against Javokhir, maybe. Let's see.
I mean, that's the hope for sure. And now you get a double rest day. Tomorrow is a rest day, and then there's another rest day for you. Any plans for the rest day, or just preparation?
Maybe we'll go out with mother to some store, maybe to buy something, some fruits, or maybe I don't know. I have not planned yet, but let's. Okay, we have two 3 days, so we can organize something.
And one final question, Yakubov. This is a big day for Uzbekistan chess for sure, that you have qualified to the semi-finals of FIDE World Cup. Maybe one message to all your Uzbek fans in Uzbek.
Okay, today is National Flag Day of Uzbekistan. So I want to congratulate all my compatriots, and just I will try to qualify for the candidates, for all my fans, all my supporters, and just want to thank again my coach Roman Vidoniak, and all my family for their support. Yeah, I will give my best to do this.
Thank you so much for your time, Yakubov. Best wishes for the semi-finals.
Thank you very much.
And there we have Nurbek Yakubov, with his thoughts after his match win, after defeating Donchenko 1.5 half. And what a battle it was, Anna.
It was an incredible battle and very much deserved win in the end for the Uzbek Grandmaster, who has some great plans for the free day or free days in plural. He earned himself 2 free days now, and he might go picking up some souvenirs with his mom. It's always lovely to see when you have the family supporting there. A lot of the players would have their family, and even whether it's their mother, father, wife, daughter, depending on the situation. I think there's a lot of family support in a lot of the cases, and it's just always wholesome to hear, I think.
It completely is very wholesome. And Artis, I'd like to ask for your impressions of the event so far and, of course, today's play.
Well, it was a long day. I feel a bit guilty because I predicted it, and I specifically named this matchup, Donchenko against Yakoboev. It's going to take like 70 moves. I mean, it was pretty close, but I don't think we got 70 moves, like 57 or 58 in the very end, but it was very, very tense. That was to be expected. I was a bit surprised about Arjun missed this opportunity, or maybe also Veyi miscalculating it. And I think it can be attributed to the fatigue of the players because it's a grueling tournament. But overall, I think it was a very high level of round of hardcore chess, and definitely a treat for the fans and also for the commentators to follow.
Absolutely, Artis. And after some hard-fought games of chess, what do we have in store for you tomorrow? Well, it has, of course, 3 tie breaks in progress. And wherever you are in the world, if you're joining us for the first time, we have got you sorted. If you're in the East, I'm sorry, you're going to have to get up super early, but I promise you the chess will be worth it. If you're in Cape Town, it's going to be 11:30. That's a nice, sensible time. You can enjoy brunch or lunch or even your afternoon snacks enjoying the chess, and those in Beijing 5:30 p.m. And it has been an absolutely epic day in Goa. We've already seen one person, Nordebek Yakoboev. He's managed to make it through to the semi-finals. We've seen big moments, great fights, and a dramatic finish to the day's play. 3 absolutely epic tie breaks tomorrow. And it has been an absolutely incredible tournament so far. For me, this is my final day on call. This is the time where I'm going to leave you and depart. But it has been an absolute privilege sharing with you. And tomorrow, of course, the action will be followed closely by the incredible, capable international master Anna Rudolph and Grandmaster David Howell. Thank you to everyone for joining in the broadcast. And just make sure you stay safe every move of the way. Goodbye and good night.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.